And the pitch is hit in the air to deep right field. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone into the right field seats. Rizzo rakes again. He hits a line drive in right center into the seats. And as you well know, nobody beats the Riz. He homers to right. The Yankees take a 1-0 lead.
And here's the pitch. And there's a long drive to left field. That is hooking in the corner, and that ball is history. Mitch Garver, a 2-run homer. And the Rangers lengthen their lead to 7-4.
And the pitch to Iglesias hit well to the left. This one might go. Could it be his first home run this year? It's gone! Jose Iglesias has come so close so many times hitting that first home run. Finally gets it done tonight. It's a 2-run shot. Rockies up 4-0.
2 on, 1 out, no score in the second. And the 1-0 pitch, a fly ball to left field and deep. Back it goes, deep it goes, and way out of here. Halfway up the bleachers and left, Gary Sanchez puts the Twins on top. A tape measure 3-run homer. It's 3-0 Twins.
All right, Lopez looks in for his sign. He checks the runner at second. Pauses. Now pitches. It's on the way. There's a fly ball down the left field line. This has a chance. It's at the wall. It is gone. Off the Big Mac plan sign once again. More Big Macs for everybody in the car. Juan Yepez with a 3-run homer. His 8th of the year. The Cardinals tacked on 3 more. And the Redbirds now lead 4-0.
In that highlight before the Cardinal home run, by the way, Paul Goldschmidt, come on, NL MVP. The Minnesota Twins last night went into Cleveland and routed the Guardians 11-1. They're up 3 in the division. Good night of baseball last night. Yankees rallied. Chris Bubich can't pitch at the K. Let's see, what else happened last night? Toronto beat Boston to snap the Red Sox 7-game winning streak.
No lead is safe from the New York Yankees.
Nope. What's that? The 23rd come-from-behind win?
They're unbelievable. They're last at bat, last out, 5 innings to play. They're never out of it.
Rizzo got his 20th last night.
Isn't it weird how I actually like him? Like, for no other reason than he appears to be a really good guy.
Mm-hmm. He is. He's the one guy that got away that I was last year. I was trying to emotionally prepare myself that he was no longer going to be a Cub. You know who a guy that reminds me just like Anthony Rizzo, he just got called up yesterday. It's the story for the Royals in a just lost season, Vinny Pasquantino. Like, they play first base kind of the same way. They have a lot of the same mannerisms. And Vinny's got a really good personality that now his personality will be in Kansas City. But we hope you enjoyed the baseball last night after college baseball is over. And as we prepare for the show and we welcome you in on a Tuesday, we got a great lineup, by the way, that we're going to give you in just a moment. Good morning to all the Ole Miss fans that are at Eppley Airfield. I got a little text. People couldn't make arrangements to get out yesterday, so they hung around for a day. A lot of them, were hungover. But now I guess the airport is packed full of Ole Miss fans today flying out. So good morning. Thank you for stopping by, and we wish you well, and we'll see if we'll see you back here next year.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do was, what some people do. They suggest either a nice greasy meal or they start drinking again when they're hungover. So apparently a lot of Ole Miss fans decided to drink again because the Jello shots barometer almost got to 19K.
Unreal.
The last time I looked, it was 18,777, which means between when we had the start of the show yesterday and yesterday when I looked, there were another 700.
That is unreal.
Unless it just wasn't updated. Now, that could be the thing.
Now, I had to do some business in the neighborhood of the ballpark, and so I took the route that I drove between the ballpark and Rococo's, and there were people dressed in those powder blue Ole Miss T-shirts and jerseys that were sitting outside yesterday at like 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm like, God bless you.
1-8.
You're never going to make it back to
comma,
Oxford.
777. It makes my stomach hurt just thinking about it.
Well, we hope you come back next year.
Wowzer.
Or you invite us down to the Grove. Apparently, that's what the Grove is like. They were telling me that Tim Elko last fall, last year he played on the torn ACL and had a great postseason. He can't walk from where the beginning of the Grove is to make it to the stadium in time because people stop him. Now, Can you imagine what that's going to be like for all those baseball players down there?
Legendary status.
Yes.
And again, another one of those guys, we don't hang out, but seems like a fantastic human being. Right? Like his parent, like those interviews, pretty good. I'm usually not a fan of those in game, and the first couple I didn't hear on the broadcast, but because being on the broadcast, but they endeared themselves well.
Yeah, they're a very likable team.
This is a good people. This is a good people Tuesday. It's kind of what I'm on.
All right, that's good. That's good because we're going to talk about the passing of a really, really good person here in just a moment. As we welcome you in, let me first give you the lineup, and then we're gonna talk about Marlon Briscoe, who passed away yesterday at the age of 76. And from my standpoint, you knew him at a different level. But because you knew him, you introduced him to me, and he was so generous to our show. So we're going to share some thoughts here in a moment. But first, let me give you the lineup for the show because we got a great lineup. The Rooferys from John Higgins Weather Guard bring you our lineup every day on Sharp and Betting in the Morning. Sam McEwen's going to stop by at 7:30. Sean McDonough, fresh off of calling the Stanley Cup final and a season of the NHL on ABC ESPN. He will join us coming up at 8:40. 9 o'clock, BC stops by, and then Andy Kendi at 9:45. That's a good lineup. That's tough to find a lineup that's solid from top to bottom and everything we're going to cover anywhere here on a Tuesday. But the sad news came down yesterday, and you know what? I think of all the stuff that I've read, and people have, they've made tributes to Marlon. They're telling his story, which can never be told enough. And again, on our show, and I thank you, we got to tell his story as he turned his life around. Now, he went through a little bout of where it was not going well for him, and it's well documented. He fell on hard times and then turned things around in his life with the help of a Boys and Girls Club in California where he was living, and re-engaged and was impacting people, and people could tell the story. And I will tell you, one of the best moments, and of course I was not alive, but hearing the stories of Marlon and Johnny and Bob and Gail and Roger, everybody that was around that time, that is well documented in Dirk's textbook, essentially, the 24th and Glory. When Trev Alberts said, we need to do the right thing for Marlon Briscoe, a part of our football history, our athletic history, our university, and let's put a statue. Let's honor him with a statue. I thought was one of the best things that happened in this community, because you look at that moment back in 2016, Damon, the people that it brought together from all parts of this city and all parts of life, either people that watched The Magician when he wasn't known as The Magician in South Omaha, and he would go to North Omaha to prove his worth, to say, hey, I'm as good as those guys, to people that had only heard about him, that wanted to be involved because of his story and because of who he was, somebody who always had a smile. He struck me as someone that never wasted a word, and his story is going to continue to be told. So it's a sad day, but it's also another reminder of what kind of a person Marlon Briscoe was, person, and how he impacted in the NFL and all walks of life.
Yeah. It was oh, G-Funk.
And now I'm here for you because I know this hit you hard.
So I think, yesterday was a long day because I just thought about a lot of different things. Been sick for a while. And it's just funny how my mind works because, you work with me every day, so it pings all over the place. And it started with, you kind of know what I'm about. Like, I love good redemption stories. I love people that love people. Um, and he invested, and he's got a fantastic story. And so I think a lot of what I enjoyed doing and what I've been inspired to do is a lot from people that are like him, right? Where they come back and they check on you and they care about the community and they care about young people, and they're able to have honest conversations about where they've been and what they've been through, and how the fact that communities took a vested interest in them is how a lot of how they got to where they are. So I just was going through in my head all the times, that, or the different situations that I would see Marlon under and with, come back and talk to my dad, or they would call, or my dad telling me about some of the really good conversations they had when he needed somebody to talk to in some pivotal times, and how they could get on the phone or find places to meet and call guys like Bob Boozer or Ron Boone or Johnny Rogers or Bob Gibson or Roger Sayers or Gail Sayers, and how they would rally. And it kind of spiraled yesterday in terms of like what I think men's roles are in the community. And not to downplay, women, but as an African American male, that's the first thing I thought of, because that's really what his sphere of influence was all about. And it was important to people that look like them to be able to provide a visual of what success can look like, even though it comes in a variety of forms, and it takes everybody a different path. Not everybody is not, it's not smooth sailing. Sometimes you need help. Sometimes you have to be willing to ask for help, and you can continue to thrive. And so then I sat on my couch, came back from basketball, and I'm watching all these dads cheer for their kids and want the best for their sons. And so I went home and lost my appetite and should have been at the North Central game. I started scrolling through all these pictures. I found a great picture. I didn't have the heart to tweet it out or to send it to him. So I'm just going to save it. And I saw this picture. I'll show it to you later. Coach O'Neal, this is a long time ago. He's sitting on the bench. He's coaching basketball, little Badgers jersey, and he's got his arm around Briggs. And then it just got crazy, right? I just sat there and I sat there and I sat there. And fudge, 3 or 4 hours went by, going through all these pictures. And I thought about Gail and what he went through. I thought about Marlon and what he went through. I thought about my dad and that miserable 7 years of what he went through. And I just wanted people to be better. Just be better. And I thought about some of these times he would, I checked on him. This is probably about 14 or 15 months ago. And I remember picking up the phone and I was texting Terry Hannah. And I'm like, man, I said, Marlon is it's different, right? Just talking to him. And kind of the repetitiveness. And for just a quick second, I started feeling sorry for myself. Like, man, this is not good, right? I watched my dad for a long time. He liked that. And then I hung up and I'm like, you know what? His wife appreciates him. Every day is a good day. Slow motion is better than no motion, right? It's my thing. Slow motion is better than no motion. And just the impact. I just want, when people tell the stories and the impact that he had and taking a chance and not being popular and folks trying to hold him back and the decision to go to South. And, Dirk tweeted out those Denver Broncos highlights.
Mhm.
It was only 5 games. And he didn't get an opportunity just because of hatred and people being mean-spirited. And I'm just kind of over it. Just the negativity. And we got a chance, right? It doesn't have to be like we are with the quick matchsticks and people getting upset and just the reckless behavior. Like, misery is optional. And you have choices. And for Marlon, misery was optional. And he didn't choose it. He did not choose it. And, being on that committee and getting a chance to be around some people that, would either come by the house or I see pictures of, some of that stuff my mom still can't even, like, we made the decision to box it up and, what to do with it. And I just think, like, again, watching all these men support their kids and to be fathers and to try to do what's right in the community and to represent is super duper important. And I don't want anybody to ever lose sight of that, because he fought, man, and it was tough. And there were some really, really bad times. And a lot of people don't recover from those. And not only did he recover, he thrived. And he never, ever took for granted what he'd been through, who he was, and where he'd been. He used it all as a benchmark to be better. I just want somehow for people to be encouraged, right? Whatever it is that you're going through, you've got options. There's people that care. It's another day to get something right. It's another day to be better than you were yesterday. And that's just the way that he looked at it. And I just wish we could get back to this time where we could count on different facets of people in the community to entrust in young people to say, hey, listen, man, I need some help. Can you help me out? Or to say, you know what? You've been through it. Invest in my kiddo, my son, my daughter, because you've been through it and I trust you. You got to have my best interest at heart. I have your best interest at heart. It does take a village, because what we're figuring out is trying to do this thing alone and I got it and I know what's best just isn't working. And he figured it out. And sitting on that community with Trev and Terry and bringing guys together from all facets of former lives, whether it's former SIDs, whether it's former football players, whether it's the baseball guys in the community, just that committee alone and watching the community rally to be proud of a native son, that's really what it's about. It's why it's tough situation, and a lot of folks are hurting because some of the stories are so powerful in what he's been through. It's not the frivolous stuff, not just getting to the NFL. It's enduring before he got there. It's the recovery. It's the day-to-day battles. It's the coming back to a city in Omaha where sometimes it wasn't always easy for him.
Mhm.
And to have the city embrace him, I think is encouraging. And I just want people just to like keep keeping on, keep investing, keep fighting, and most of all, excuse me, like your family and those people that are close to you, stay close to those people, because ultimately it's just hard to go alone. And just, oh man, it's doable. It's definitely doable. It's just important to surround yourself with people that ultimately care about you. And for those that may be strangers and don't know, the one thing I think that those people can do is to teach those people in your sphere of influence, whether they be your kids or your family, to genuinely care about other people. That's the thing. Teach those folks and model to care about other people. Hey, how you doing? Hey, you know what? You're not the most important thing in the world, even though you're extremely important to me. This whole thing about being other-centered, which I thought was one of the most ridiculous concepts I ever heard of when my dad first sat me down to talk about it. It's all about me, right? Why should I care about other people? Why should I invest in those things around me, man? They should be taking care of me. Concept didn't seem to make any sense until you see people rally for one another in times of need. And even when it's going good, celebrate the good times together and don't take those for granted. I couldn't believe how long I just went through, going through different pictures and telling stories in my head. I don't even like to take pictures. Like, how selfish is that? Right? I'm looking at my kids, variety stages in their life, and here I am. They want to take pictures, and I don't even like it. You think they're not gonna want those? I keep my stuff in the closet. Oh man, nobody wants to see that. Like just weird things for a good 5-6 hour stretch last night, and it's just weird how it manifests itself. My little girl has a scratch on her leg, and last couple months she's really been a daddy's girl. It's just a scratch. It's along her shoe line, and I gave her a bath, and she comes out, and I'm supposed to be the guy that fixes it because I have the tools where the ouchies don't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she thinks, right? Because I always tell her whether she needs to clip a nail or just things that she thinks are going to hurt. And daddy's like the magic guy because it doesn't hurt. And so I sprayed some numbing stuff on it, and I put this antibiotic or this Neosporin. I mean, it's just a little scratch. And she feels like it feels better, but she wants to cover it, but she doesn't like a Band-Aid. So I put a little white pad non-stick on it, and I wrapped it with the pre-wrap. And just to see her like at peace, probably the only 4-year-old in America that over a paper cut, basically. A dad overdid it because her dad's in the moment.
Mhm.
But it made the night all of a sudden. That's probably 9:45. Knowing good and well she should have been in the bed, right? Got me another hour, then another hour, then get to bed. You don't really sleep. You get up this morning, and I'm like, you know what? Here we go. Got kiddos, got people that I'm coaching, got friends. Let's be better today. And it's because guys like that paid the price having those stints where they tried to shoulder some things alone.
Yep.
And it got away, and he got it back and brought those people back in his life. And it's just like, I'm doing that. I'm doing that. Even when it wasn't super lucid in delivery, the message of he could still say, I love you. How about that? Right? The most basic of human emotions. He could readily say, it didn't feel good. It was a long day, man. Appreciate the runway. I don't even like, we have these discussions sometimes. I remember during the pandemic and COVID, some of these tough shows or losing loved ones or LP or my dad or my brother. Not my deal. So when I have because I'm supposed to be the fix it guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
ISDB, and sometimes I don't do a very good job of exhaling. So it manifests itself in some negative ways because I have some of those destructive behaviors when I have a lot going on. And so the ability to have a runway to get that out, and hopefully other people, and this is really the gist of it, can be that person around other people in their family, because there are going to be better days. Nebraska ball Mike, he killed me last night, but in a good way. I was ready. I was dressed. I put my shoes on, getting ready to head to Anderson Field, and he hit me with the. I think he and your dad are probably having a toast. I wanted to say my dad doesn't drink, but I let it ride, and I just, I tweeted him back a picture. But maybe they're having ginger ale. That was my dad's favorite, and Marlon wasn't drinking either, so enjoy the ginger ale.
College football season is right around the corner, and you know that you're going to be looking for tickets to the biggest games, especially Nebraska, home and away. Well, stop by my friends at Tickets for Less. They have you covered. You know what? They never have service charges. Never. Top-notch customer service, the best prices, the best location. They'll do it for you. Head over to ticketsforless.com right now. You'll find the best selection of Husker football tickets home and away. You're looking for tickets for that Oklahoma game in mid-September. Tickets for Less can help you out. You'll save big because, again, you never pay outrageous per-ticket fees like you do on those other sites. So shop Nebraska tickets and so much more now at ticketsforless.com. Also, 2026 World Cup is right around the corner. Go to ticketsforless.com. Sign up for information on tickets when they'll be available, because Tickets for Less is the place for you to go to get yourself in your favorite seat.
There's a saying in the movie business: tell me a fact and I'll learn. Tell me the truth and I'll believe. But tell me a story and it will live in my heart forever. Well, the story of Marlon Briscoe is one that should never be forgotten. 40 years ago, as a rookie with the Denver Broncos, Marlon Briscoe became the first African-American quarterback to start a modern professional football game. Marlon was a pioneer. He was a trailblazer. But that trail was filled with many obstacles, both professional and personal. And that's what makes his story meaningful and worth telling.
That was from an NFL Films documentary. That's the voice of the late Steve Sable. For some, largely forgotten, but then told again around here, where I think Jonathan Beasley has a picture, a motion picture on Marlon Briscoe's life that is about finished, is reaching the finish line. I believe. I remember he talked about that a few years ago. But when the statue was unveiled, I'll never forget that whole weekend, because we had some great shows and the people that were in our studio, but the smile on his face. No, it wasn't about a statue, but people could tell the story, and he was around friends.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was some power when his statue was unveiled back in 2016, and he went to the College Football Hall of Fame recently. So people will continue to tell the story, and the story really is unbelievable. Again, we've recommended Dirk's book, 24th and Glory, that tells the story. But for people that lived here, just to have Johnny, Roger, Gail, Bob, Marlon, Ron, I mean, just the amount of talent of good people that were in our community and doing things that you hear their stories now and you go, how'd you ever make it out?
Yeah.
How'd you ever survive?
That's the thing.
And they can come back and tell their stories, or they've reinvested in the community and they live here now, or lived here and they gave back, which is something that, kind of on something you were touching on in our first segment, is giving back. We've both been given great opportunities by this community that we live in, and we find a way to give back. And you also brought up the game last night at Tal Anderson. Weather was beautiful. Crowd was great. I mean, about giving back. And when I think about Marlon Briscoe, there were a lot of things that were taken away from him. He gave back. Maybe you didn't realize it, but he gave back to you. And again, the people that were involved in bringing him back and telling his story in 2016, wasn't too long before that. He was at the White House, and President Obama immediately knew who he was. Able to tell the story, because there's other Marlon Briscoes that are living in our community right now, and they may not know it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Young, old, different stages in their life. You never know. And again, slow motion is better than no motion.
Coming up a little bit later, Sam McEwen will join us in the next hour. Also, Sean McDonough stops by, and the voice of many things, most recently the NHL season on ESPN, ABC, and the Stanley Cup. We'll get his thoughts on the season that just wrapped up. And we'll share some memories of Sean McDonough hanging out at Rosenblatt Stadium for a noon CBS game when he was the voice of the College World Series. BC stops by, and then Andy Kendi as well. We have lots to discuss. NBA free agency, thought it was going to be great, and then, well, maybe. As Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets grabbed the storyline yesterday. Also, we will discuss a college football prop that is out there that is kind of intriguing. It's the blank versus the field. We're going to give you 4 teams against the field, as now we are under 60 days to the start of the college football season. And the athletic preview on Northwestern today. A couple of interesting things how Pat Fitzgerald is looking at the game in Dublin. They aren't looking at like it's game 1. That's their season. Kind of interesting. We'll share those comments with you as well as we roll till 10. There's Damon Shane here as well. I'm Gary Sharp, betting in the morning on 1620 The Zone.
Rotella's Bakery, just talking about community and giving back and taking a village. The Rotella family, representative of that, right? Louis Jr., Louis Sr., so integral and being there for the community. And the quality of breads just embody how important you, the consumers, are, the community to them. As they've grown nationwide, it is still all about the people for the Rotella's family. And it shows in their quality product, the ingredients, the love, the care, the uncompromising pursuit to be the best for you, from hoagies to brat buns to hamburger buns to brioche to gluten free. It is all for you. They take pride in it and consider it a privilege to serve. It's just who they are. When you've done it for over 100 years, like they have, it's extremely important to them. So visit your nearest grocer or visit rotellasbakery.com.
All right, 6:55. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. Welcome into Sharp Betting in the Morning, and an especially good morning and a welcome to, I'm a big fan, as you know, Mr. Jamar Dorsey. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, doing well. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Coach, good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well this morning. Your family's doing well?
Yeah, we're hanging in there.
All right. Good. Hey, sorry I didn't get to you guys a little bit earlier, but definitely heard the video package and the words about Marlon Briscoe.
Mm.
And there's a few folks in the Omaha community, which has become the community of the country, right? That propel you to call in. And Marlon Briscoe, for me personally, is one of those guys. In 2016, when he came back to Omaha and was being recognized for all of his achievements and accomplishments, I got a chance to probably spend around 3 or 4 days, going with Marlon Briscoe to different events, and he spoke to a group of young people, probably, close to 1,500 of them, at the Metropolitan Community College. We were at the Boys and Girls Club. They honored him over at Omaha South High School, which is another one of his, displays of great talent. And you said it earlier, the smile on his face being re-embraced really by the city of Omaha. And so, my when I think about Marlon Briscoe and the time we spent together during that week, got a chance to go over to Joe Tess and have some fish, for those who know about Joe Tess and how that establishment was just a stable, not in just the South Omaha community, but in the Omaha community. And some of us, Damon, can remember going into the Joe Tess and picking out the fish out of the fish tank.
Trying not to step in the water on the floor, right?
And, and those types of things. But you guys nailed it when you talked about finding ways to give back to your community. And Marlon Briscoe, through his professional career and his personal life, always found ways to give back. We've got some other connections, at least me and Marlon Briscoe do, just to athletics. But if you read anything on ESPN.com and how he was able to help mentally prepare James Shaq Harris, and James Shaq Harris is a Grambling-ite. I had an opportunity to play college football at Grambling as well. But if you could think about all the things Marlon Briscoe went through in Denver and not being given another shot to play quarterback, but then still know that it was bigger than him, and to help Shaq Harris prepare mentally for the things that he was going to have to go through in Buffalo to become a quarterback and to stay a quarterback as an African-American male in the National Football League is just unbelievable. The mental state you have to put yourself in and take yourself to be able to accomplish those things when the odds are stacked against you. And so everybody in the Omaha community is going to be hearing a lot more and be reminded about Marlon Briscoe, the great athlete, but Marlon Briscoe, the person, and how selfless he was. And like all of us, right? We all go through life, and with such a great redemption story to be able to give back, give yourself to people, go through whatever you go through personally. And all of us have been through something personally, especially in the last 2 years during the pandemic, right? But then to be able to stand on your own feet and continue to have that poise and that integrity and be embraced by a community that you've given so much to. So I'm grateful for the opportunity that I got in that week or so just to spend with Marlon Briscoe. But I'm even more grateful that he opened doors and pathways, just not for African-American quarterbacks, but access into institutions that Black people didn't have access into. And he got the door shut on him, and it didn't discourage him, or it discouraged him, but it didn't make him quit. And that's the message I think we want to give to our young people out there. For all of you who coach youth sports or who are mentors and have daily impact with young people today with everything that they have going on, you're going to be told no. You're going to have some doors shut on you. And that's just because the people don't see the potential in you that you have already built in yourself. And so it's our job as stakeholders and community members and mentors and coaches and teachers and whatever station you're in is to pull that out of each young person. Marlon Briscoe had it embedded in him. And if we can carry on the spirit of Marlon Briscoe, it's that perseverance. It's being told no and still believing in yourself strongly enough that even if you don't get to the finish line, you provide access for somebody else to get to the finish line. So continue to give back, Omaha community. But in this time, as we celebrate the life of Marlon Briscoe, take some time to pause and reflect at your personal station and how you can make an even bigger impact on all things that are necessary. We desperately need it in our community, and I'm so grateful that I had an opportunity a few years ago to spend directly with Marlon Briscoe, and my life is better because of it. And Damon, on a personal note, I hate to call in when it's when we're recognizing and remembering such great people. And I won't go in any depth, but when you think about the trailblazers that we've had an opportunity to break bread with, to learn from, to be in the company of, to sit at the learning tree of, we are so grateful, and it's our responsibility now to be a little bit of that for the next generation coming up. So you guys keep celebrating. I hope all week there's a part of your show that's dedicated to Marlon Briscoe. For those of you who know who he is in the Omaha community, and for new viewers and a new generation of folks who have heard the name but don't understand the importance, I hope we take time in the Omaha community to really celebrate and re-educate people on the sacrifices and the perseverance that Marlon Briscoe gave to us all. He will be greatly missed, but we will definitely keep his legacy alive by giving back to a community that deserves us to do just that.
Jamar, appreciate it.
Coach, be well.
Hey, you guys as well. Thank you for your time this morning.
Marlin displayed the ability to roll out and scramble. He brought additional excitement to the Bronco attack. With time running out and a tie imminent, Marlin drove the Broncos steadily downfield. With less than 2 minutes left, he stunned everyone with a daring quarterback sneak from 10 yards out and won the game.
Good morning. Hour number 2 of Sharp Betting in the Morning. Pretty powerful, informed first hour. The morning after Marlon Briscoe passed away yesterday at the age of 76. I was looking, and Shane, this might be in your file. We'd have to go back about 6 years. The day that Marlon was in studio, which I think we did for an hour, just talked about life. The day and the weekend that he was around when they unveiled the statue over at Omaha. But welcome in. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Sam McEwen will join us. There's Damon. I'm Gary. Shane here as well. So the College World Series is over, and people are moving out from down by the ballpark. They had their 50% off sale. If you wanted a Texas or a Stanford shirt, you were probably able to get it pretty cheap. So usually when the College World Series ends, we go into 4th of July weekend. But I'm guessing that COVID has killed the Home Run Derby, which usually was the big fireworks show for the city at the ballpark, and you would have the Home Run Derby that ESPN or ESPN2 would air. Didn't have it last year, and they said it was COVID. This year, with no COVID restrictions, nada.
Yeah. I forgot all about that.
Because usually it's promoted, and then it's the big fireworks. So is the Omaha fireworks show going to be when they open up Gene Leahy Mall later this week? But there's no Home Run Derby. I mean, how are we going to show off of our prowess in the Turtle hitting home runs at the Chuck if there's not a Home Run Derby? When they used to have the media Home Run Derby, and it would be won by the likes of Thor Tripp and Kyle Graveline when they used to work over at Channel 7.
Well,
does anybody know where the Home Run Derby went?
I think it left when Thor left.
He took the trophy
They're
and
like,
the whole event.
My man took the trophy and just squashed the whole event.
I'm disappointed. Like, where are people going to go for their fireworks? I mean, it's tradition. People would camp outside of Rosenblatt. They wouldn't pay to go into a Royals or a Golden Spikes game, and they would watch the fireworks outside. Or they'd go just downtown. They wouldn't go into the Home Run Derby. Now, where are they going to go? But I know it doesn't exist. It's not on the website, nothing. So if anybody knows, please let us know. Sam McEwen's coming up bottom of the hour. Sean McDonough is going to stop by today. He's been at Rosenblatt before. He'll be by at 8:40. We are in the full countdown. We are less than 9 weeks to Nebraska and Northwestern playing over in Ireland. The way the game is being approached in terms of the logistics is a lot different because Nebraska plays the following week against North Dakota. The back end, I know Nebraska's itinerary. They have to be off the ground, or this is the plan, to be off the ground 4 hours after the game ends. Because they turn around, they fly overnight back into the U.S., because they also have to go through customs, I think is what their understanding is. Because then they start practice again on Monday for North Dakota.
Yeah, it was so, I don't know about if complicated was the word. I didn't have the wherewithal to listen to you and Seamus telling that story, right? Because I was in the Open was getting ready to start, right? And I wanted to catch the tail end of it. I'm like, shoot, it's 12:40 though, or 12:30, whatever it was. But it seemed like it was pretty hectic.
Yeah.
So it's not just that, but the report date, the Big Ten media days, the quick turnaround. The coaches will have only been probably back in town for like a week before that.
I think a month from today is when Nebraska reports.
Yeah. Roughly. Yeah. It's the 27th or the 28th because camp opens on the 31st.
So my understanding, listening to Seamus, is Nebraska will leave on Monday and they will fly
at night too, right?
Yeah. So they arrive in Dublin like in the afternoon, and then they will begin preparations on a Tuesday. So this is where you're going to need a lot of maturity on that staff and a lot of organization. This isn't like a bowl game. I mean, first of all, you're losing some hours, and it's a completely new place for you. When do you start working in depth on Northwestern, do you think?
So I think it started towards the end of spring. They were doing not installation, but prep, because intermittently throughout spring, you're working on the upcoming opponents, right? Whether it's down in distance, it's not tendency so much, but formations, doing formation rec. Hey, this is what we're going to see. And I know that they'll continue to do that when the players meet without the coaches in the summer. Like those installs and those preps will be centered around Northwestern.
So Northwestern is a little bit different because Northwestern doesn't play the week 1. So Northwestern is going to stay in Dublin till Monday after the game. So they're going to be like tourists. Now, Nebraska, my understanding is Nebraska will have a couple of things that, the majority of that roster will never, ever go back to Dublin. So you give them an opportunity to see the countryside a little bit, but not as much as Northwestern, which will have a Sunday off, which the whole football program at Northwestern becomes tourists.
Yeah. What's interesting is,
thanks, Bill Moose.
And usually the team will get a feel. The culture will let you know what kind of trip it is, right? Whether it's a business trip, whether sightseeing is even important. It's weird because stuff like that takes on the persona of your team. I remember, during the bowl game, there were some events that were mandatory, that were some that were, kind of not once in a lifetime, but opportunity things where we would put to a vote on whether people wanted to do it or not. And if we didn't have enough, we didn't do it. And I imagine it's the same way, because just knowing Coach Frost, I think if he had his druthers, he's not about that either. I think he wants to play football, practice, get back. I don't think it's so much about any of that other stuff. I mean, golf jokes aside, because he does like the golf. For him, I think this one's about football. So I'll be curious. You don't want to have them all confined because there's a holistic approach to mental health. But I think the guys will decide. You'll probably have some scheduled tours or some mandatory things that you have to do with those that are hosts in terms of putting it on. But how much they do outside of that, I get the sense, if it's anything like it has been, a lot of that will be up to the team.
Which I
think they could very well say, hey, listen, you know what? We're not about that. Thanks, but no thanks.
I could see that. The business side.
Me too. I absolutely could. Because I think these guys have been chomping. One of the pros to having a new staff that we don't talk about enough is the level of excitement that they have for the first time on the job. So they're anxious as well. And they really want to play football. I mean, between all the installation and the verbiage and the reps without playing a game, it seems like an eternity. By the time you get through early camp, which is early camp, you're chomping at the bit to play that game. I remember, when we did the kickoff classic, there are a lot of things that didn't win the vote. Now, we toured I think we went to go see the
Downtown Athletic Club.
But outside of that, not a lot of guys want to do things. We didn't go to we didn't do anything. And you could have. In different years means different things. When we played Florida, there's the opportunity to go to it wasn't SeaWorld, it was something weird like that, or these other team dinners. And I know a couple of them were like, but by then there was bad blood, right? Because we had been at the FCA breakfast, which is kind of an oxymoron for ill will, but we didn't get along.
Yeah.
So we kind of shut down doing a lot of that stuff. So I imagine it'll be more business
I hope so.
than the sightseeing thing. Again, now we got to be realistic, and I don't think it means anything one way or another till you see the game. Like, you can't. Don't be those guys and gals who be like, oh man, they're touring, such and such. You're going to look at this golf course. It should be at practice. Like, you're 3 hours on the field, and you're 4 hours or 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever it is on the iPad. Like, sometimes you do need, again, the holistic approach. Nobody functions at a high level doing the same thing all the time, all hours of the day, right? They're still 18 to 23. So that'll be an interesting balance. But I just get the sense, man, they want to play football. There is a lot of angst, kind of has a negative connotation. There is a lot of excitement about where are we going to be? What kind of game is this going to be? I'm anxious for this season. There's just a lot of that sentiment.
That's why a quick start to the camp. I would also think you'd have your starting quarterback and some of those starting positions already solidified before you get on that plane to go to Ireland. You know who your quarterback is. You may have stated it publicly, who your quarterback is. Because if they're following the same camp schedule, they're probably still going to have the last major scrimmage the Saturday before they play or sometime in that week before they leave, like the week before they take off. Now, again, Northwestern is featured on The Athletic today. This is a quote, because this is, Northwestern season seems like revolves around how they do against Nebraska, the way they play Nebraska. Tight games. Last year, that was a bad football team that played in early October in Lincoln and never got better. And playing Northwestern at the beginning of the year, probably more advantageous than, Nebraska.
If things hold true to form, Northwestern is in fact a very slow starting.
Nebraska going to Northwestern the first part of October. A Big Ten assistant coach who regularly faces Northwestern saw the defensive drop-off the same way everyone else did. Like Fitzgerald, though, the opposing coach doesn't attribute the down year to any big scheme departure with a new coordinator. Now, this is interesting hearing about a Pat Fitzgerald coach team. Quote, it is staggering stat when you go from first in the Big Ten in scoring defense to 12th. I think probably what you're seeing is the lack of detail within the structure, and that is reflected in the inefficiency, I guess, defensively. But it's not a departure from what Hankwitz was doing structure-wise. I think what it is, it's a departure from detail. That would be my guess. And then they were asked about the revolving door at quarterback. Mm-hmm. I imagine this is a defensive coach from the West. I do think they've got to find some stability there. They've gone out and they've done it through the transfer route the last 3 years. They had Indiana quarterback. They tried Clemson's quarterback. Now they're on the Helinski kid. I think some of the pieces are there. I like the Skoronski kid, who is an All-American at offensive tackle. He's the best offensive lineman maybe in the country. The running back is really, really good. Probably talking about Hull.
Yeah.
Like he made us look really, really bad at times last year. So I think there's some pieces there. I just think their inconsistency at quarterback, that is the biggest thing, in my opinion, that will stop them from a quick start.
Yeah. So the interesting thing was, which were you more taken aback by in Lincoln a year ago? Their inability to stop the run, or how every time they drop back to pass, there's no way you thought they were completing?
Can I say both?
Because those were what were the takeaways? And that was a forgettable game in a lot of ways because it was kind of a snoozer. I mean, but Nebraska did roll, so that's the bonus. But I just remember, I'm like, how could these get that? Like, I've never seen a run defense. They went from the law firm, to Civi. Like it was like a sieve.
They got manhandled by the 5 up front for Nebraska, which you have not seen.
And
Dean Lowry wasn't walking through that door at halftime.
I don't know, stop short of saying legendary, but that was not one of Coach Fitzgerald. Go back and listen to that presser.
That was one of his worst losses of all time.
Usually the even-tempered guy, pretty even killed. And I know he's emotional for his guys when he's coaching, but he's almost never like that with behind the podium. He was unhappy, very unhappy, uncharacteristically so.
All right, Sam McEwen's going to join us before the hour is over. Sean McDonough, Brian Christopherson, and Andy Kendi as well. All part of a Tuesday edition of Sharp Betting in the Morning with Shane on 1620 The Zone.
The go-to source. A lot of imitators, can be duplicated. It is 42 degrees. Why? Well, a number of things, right? It's always clean, super friendly. But for me, it's the knowledgeable staff, right? The training that the folks at 42 degrees take on all the products is incredible, which is why I just consider them the go-to source, from absorption rate to vegan to gluten-free. There's plenty of reasons why they're the go-to. I started with, the immune boost, and then it was the cognitives, and I like the wildlife, the pets for dogs, and I'm really into it now as the 4th of July is right around the corner. Maybe that could be you too, whether it's for you personally or maybe it is your pets at home. They are the go-to source. That's who they are. Ton of great locations right by your mom's house. It's 42 degrees. Make sure you tell them that Damon sent you.
I'm just curious. I'm not trolling here because I think it's a big deal. The Elite 11 finals are in Southern California beginning today. They run through Thursday. I cannot recall a Nebraska high school prep quarterback that has ever been invited to the Elite 11 finals. Zane Flores will be there today. The highest rated commit in Oklahoma State's class. I don't think it's beyond reason that if he performs really, really well, that he will show up on one of the recruiting services as a 4-star.
Yeah, well, he should.
But why isn't this getting more local attention outside of you and I?
See, I don't know. And listen,
because this is a big deal for the state of Nebraska.
It bugs me. And so I'm going to say this just while I'm in my feelings all morning and move on. The job of what we do, and part of what we do for local sports media, is to talk about local sports. And there are going to be those times where it is separate from the University of Nebraska's football team. It could very well be about some other, because we don't hold young ladies to the same standard. You know, we wax poetic about Jordy Ball. She actually spurned Nebraska. She had an offer. She went to Oklahoma. It's okay to talk about her. We talk about her in high regard, and so does everybody else because she's really, really good. We can't be afraid to talk about Zane Flores just because he's not going to the University of Nebraska. It is separate. I've said this for 5 months. Flores' prowess has nothing to do with the University of Nebraska. Nothing. He is a fantastic high school player that is doing something that no one in the state has ever done. And the fact that I don't know if people are scared or we're not mature enough to separate that if you talk about Flores, it can be independent of the University of Nebraska. I'll go as far as to say it cannot be an indictment of the University of Nebraska. If Nebraska has their guy in 2023, good on them.
Mm-hmm.
Good on them. It doesn't have to. Now, the low-hanging fruit would be to intertwine the two. Oh, man, how does he not have an app? Well, he doesn't, and he's okay for it. And Nebraska's okay.
Yeah,
so
they like Watson.
So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Speaking of, you want some inspiration, go back and listen to Nightbird. Isn't that right, Shane? And she was going through cancer, stage 4, and she was telling you it's okay. It's okay if you talk about Zane Flores. He is in uncharted waters. It's not a man crush. It is great for high school football.
Yes, we have a high school quarterback in a state that doesn't produce many Division I quarterbacks that is at the Elite 11 finals today.
And it's funny too, because even folks want to be snarky and cynical, and they'll talk about all the guys that weren't very good at Elite 11. You know, there are a lot of guys that were.
They've won Heisman recently.
That were in Elite 11. So let him, I feel terrible almost sometimes that you're doing a disservice. If this was almost any other player, there would be weekly write-ups.
You might have a writer or two would be in Southern California today.
It's unprecedented. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I try not to allow that to move my needle, but I just shake my head. To just ask around Friday and Saturday. High school coaches. Pick a guy. Pick a guy, any guy. Pick a guy, any guy. Say, do you think that guy's going to be pretty good? And a lot of those guys have had Division I players. Ask him who would be the first pick if they had to start a team tomorrow. They're taking that guy. Guaranteed.
He
Guarantee.
he performs well. He'll be a 4-star before Gretna kicks off in late August.
And listen, he's going to compete for a starting job in Stillwater, and that's I'm fairly certain of that. I read some of their stuff out of Stillwater about him.
He's the highest rated recruit they have right now.
And he's got a chance to play as a freshman, and it's almost I just feel like it's almost a disservice to turn a blind eye to it because we haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
If that was my kid or your kid or Shane or like, I would want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I would want.
In the world of quarterbacks and recruiting senior to be quarterbacks, this is a monster deal. Why isn't it a bigger deal around here?
Yeah, I don't.
It's great for high school football in the state of Nebraska. I mean,
and it's not well, and here's the thing. It's not even a legit argument to say that it's a slap in the face at Nebraska because it's not like he told him no.
And then never off.
Yeah, he didn't tell. It's not like it's not on him. And it's not on Nebraska. He didn't tell him no. Right? It's so like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
It runs Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll keep you updated.
Yeah.
It's
just imagine if he hadn't committed to Okie State so early. His recruitment would be through the roof.
Yep.
And we would be so bent out of shape with all these other schools here. It's like, you guys just cheer for him.
It opens the door.
He's one of ours. He's from Nebraska. You want to put, I mean, we did it with Hunter Salas. All right. We did it with Chucky Hepburn. Look at the reverence we hold those guys in.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. They opened the door to
and both
prospects
were
in
holding
state.
offers from in-state schools.
Yep.
Was that okay?
I have to laugh because I mean, right?
Is that okay?
He didn't
like
have an offer
I don't
from
understand. It was like we lost our minds, and rightfully so with their accolades. And remember, Chucky was just a lowly 3-star too, and he committed early. And he was still fantastic and newsworthy. I saw that guy a month ago leaving the factory, and just to talk to him then, I was like, you know what? I feel better. I'm probably better for that 10 minutes of you stopping to shoot the breeze. And that's worth talking about.
Uh-huh.
You're going to find very few people better as people than Zane Flores. He's a great kid. It's okay, man.
Who doesn't draw a lot of attention to himself?
No, okay. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off because this stuff drives me bonkers. You wouldn't have even known if you didn't watch him throw, you'd have never known that he was at Lewis Central the other day. Never. Not loud. I mean, brought his guys over. Like, I'm telling you, it's strange.
I'm rooting for him to have a huge 3 days because it helps the state of Nebraska. And there's a line of I think it's my observation. You've been around it a lot longer than I have. I think over the last 4 or 5 years, I'm going to shorten it. I'm going to say over the last 3 or 4 years, there's been more attention on the quarterback position in high school football in this state than I can recall. I mean, you had a freshman who hadn't played really at Bellevue West, got an offer from Florida State a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys, there are kids walking around Omaha that have offers from Power 5 schools that have not played much high school football. So what Zane Flores has done is open the door to people going, is there the next one? And so the last couple of years, remember, we went from Allen Everidge to Zane Flores, and Harburg was in between of the state producing Division I scholarship quarterbacks, even though he had a championship one that went up Interstate 29.
And we owe, by the way, Easton Stick,
who should have been a Division I quarterback as well,
openly lobbied. So I mean,
FBS quarterback, I should say.
So it's not just a Zane Flores thing. It's a consistency in covering high school sports thing. Like, is it an intentional omission?
Hmm?
If let's just say you cover high school sports, he's in uncharted what? Like he has no peers. It's similar to the junior the pre-invite that Hunter Salas had in terms of national exposure. Similar. And it's like, I don't know.
Sam McEwen.
Can you tell I'm a fan of high school sports?
No, no.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's for that position in this state. That's a huge deal that somebody is involved. It made it to the Elite 11.
You wouldn't have even known he was at Lewis Central.
All right, Sam McEwen. You'll know that he's going to be on with us next. Sean McDonough's
Let's ask Sam.
We will. He's talked about Zane Flores. I think he's on why no offer. So yeah, we'll ask him among other things that we will discuss. We'll slip into some other recruiting as well. If you think Nebraska is recruiting above their expectations for the class of 23, guys across the river are doing pretty well when it comes to offensive line. Yeah. All right. Sam's coming up next. A little bit later, BC. Also, Andy Kendi. And don't forget Sean McDonough in an hour on Sharp and Betting in the Morning on 1620 The Zone. All right, 60 days until the start of the college football season. Plan accordingly.
That's fine.
A month from today, Nebraska reports. Right now, Sam McEwen chats with us from the Omaha World Herald. Good morning, Sam.
Hey, 60 days. Wow. Here we go.
Do you have your passport?
Yeah.
All right, so
I'm
you're
going to get it updated, though. I think I have to. There's something else I still need to do there. So I need to go get that done very soon.
all right.
You just kind of like figuring that out, or we we're like at the 11th hour. So there's
Ring a
something
bell.
else I got to do, man. I'm not for sure, but I know it's something.
Yeah, I got to make sure everything's in order.
Tom Novak days away has got you shook.
Yeah, I mean, it'll go fast. It'll be a pretty quiet July, I think. So, like, people start getting antsy. We'll have watch list season here starting after the 4th. We might even get one this week, but I suspect it'll start after the 4th, and then and then the countdown begins.
So let's start with a list here. Damon and I were just talking about this in the previous segment. Beginning today, Zane Flores is in Southern California in the Elite 11. Your opinion, the significance of a Nebraska high school quarterback making it to the Elite 11 finals is what?
Well, it's a couple of things. First of all, I think it kind of reflects, where the state is in terms of its quality of quarterback play. That isn't to say, you certainly want to credit Zane for being really, really good. But I think the overall, I think as the quality of play improves from that position, inevitably, players get better and better and better, and there's a sort of a developmental pool, and so he rises from that. Elite 11 isn't quite what it used to be, maybe 10, 12 years ago. I'm not sure why, because quarterback play is still really important, but it's diminished in its whatever. So it's cool though. Like it's a very cool thing, and of course, if he were to win it, or if he were to end up, you end up in the Elite 11, then Nebraska fans would once again, ask the question of, well, what is Nebraska doing here? Why is a player of this caliber going to a school that, again, has won a lot more football games over the last decade than Nebraska, which Oklahoma State has? They've won a lot of games. They're a good program, and they wanted Zane Flores, so it's telling. And so that'll inevitably come up again. As I've said many times before, I really like the guy that Nebraska got in their quarterback class, so I understand why they did what they did.
See, even in that answer, it kind of makes my skin crawl a little bit, Sam, and it's not. I don't think it's intentional, but we started out by talking about other quarterbacks and their growth when he's the bearer. He's the standard. Those guys, they're not even in his league yet. And it's like we weave this general consensus together. Like what he's doing is unprecedented. Even if you don't think the Elite 11 what it is, they just had a Heisman Trophy winner. So
Elite 11 is
let's
prominence in terms of the media.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you a question, because I just got this on Twitter. Do you feel like this was the tweet, and because I was comparing the coverage of Chucky Hepburn and Hunter Salas, both holding state school offers from schools in state and going elsewhere, and the coverage they got, right? Versus Flores, who it's not like he spurned Nebraska, right? He doesn't. They didn't offer. They've got their guy, and he says, "Hey, listen, this isn't basketball, and because then you didn't offer the local kid, it's more of an embarrassment than getting rejected." And the local media definitely is in the don't unnecessarily embarrass the university crowd. Do you feel like, could you see where that sentiment is for the, I just asked the questions and you're the go-to source, right? Like, I can't get a better answer than asking you.
Well, this whole we're in the don't embarrass the university mode. Like, I don't even know. To be clear, it is not the aim of any journalistic enterprise to anoint or embarrass either one. Like, it's just not. We try to report what's there and how we go about that. Back to your original point. Again, the point that I'm making is that I would agree that Flores is the best quarterback that's come out of the area in some time. My point is that you could take that player and take it back 17 years, and the style of football that's being played in the state and in the metro just isn't the same. And so, like, you have to factor in, just like you would factor in if you look at spread offenses in Texas. Those quarterbacks have gotten really good because they're doing it all the time, and they're in 7-on-7 and all the rest. You go back, I don't know, to 2005, and they're still. I mean, half the metro might have been running, the wing bone. So I think it's what we're seeing. Not just with Flores, but
I don't know. He does it in pads, and he won a state title. You know what I mean?
I get that. My point being that, like, the quality of football as it relates to quarterback play has improved across the board in the state, and inevitably, when that happens, there tends to be players who do things that other people haven't done before, and it's not quite unprecedented in the sense that if you want to go back 25 years, you have Eric Crouch, and Eric Crouch won a Heisman, and he was a great quarterback in high school. Although, again, he ran a completely different offense. And so, I think there's ways in which that's what I'm saying, is that the overall quality of play has improved. Zane Flores is throwing to more seasoned and polished receivers, not more talented, but guys that have been running routes for the last 4 years of their lives, and I think that helps too. And that's not to diminish anything he's done. On the other side, I think in the sense that Nebraska didn't offer him, I can understand why they didn't. I think part of what happened last year, there's understandable reasons for it. The quarterback coach isn't there anymore. They brought in a new quarterback coach. He clearly has a guy, and he goes out and he gets him. He got that guy over the 4-star in Kansas, Avery Johnson, who I suspect if they'd really wanted to get him, they might have been able to do it. But they liked the guy they got, and they got him very quickly in Pop Watson. And so, it's not a question of trying to pit, Nebraska against this kid, or that's not fair. He's going to a program that, in my opinion, fits him better and is a better overall football program at the moment than the program in state. And we also know, because this is true now, that players don't grow up, especially in the metro. A lot of these players do not grow up necessarily as Nebraska fans. I think Zane Flores would say he did grow up as kind of a Nebraska fan, but these players are not worried about, letting the home state down. They'll go where they need to go. Years ago, they could have offered the center, Patrick Arnold, out of Gretna. They didn't do it. They probably should have. They didn't. They did offer Mick Stoltenberg. But, along the way, there's been players at Gretna that probably could have gone down to Nebraska and didn't. And I think somewhere, sometimes that can have a cumulative effect. And so, to me, it's a more complex story about that but I get it, that this kid is really special and he's done a great job and all the rest. I mean, I think you would agree that Chucky Hepburn and Hunter Salas were not the first great players in the city of Omaha, and that I think Chucky and Hunter would both say that they grew up wanting to be other players in the metro and being shaped and developed by those players.
No, my point about talking about those guys is the amount of reverence and respect we have for what they did. What you just said further proves my point. Before Hunter Salas, there was Mike McGee and Ron Kellogg, and the list. No, hang on, and the list. Hang on. Sure. And the list goes on and on and on. The list with Zane Flores and what he's done. If you want to use Eric Crouch, cool. Love him. He won a Heisman, but on similar paths, i.e. high school, you used a college analogy to prove his prowess and kind of wove in his high school. He's a great high school player. Like,
He was.
so, but Flores has fewer comps, which should make his achievements that much greater. There are many fewer Zane Flores cases than in comparison to the Salas and Hepburns, who were spectacular. You know how I feel about Chucky personally, right? Like,
Yeah, Chucky's one of the 5 or 6 best players in the city's history.
ever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
No question.
the list is smaller at the quarterback spot with Zane. That's my point.
I agree with you that it is smaller. I would also say, and this is to my point, for I don't know how many years teams in the state were running the offense that Coach Osborne ran, or some version of it, whether it was a split back veer, or it was a wishbone, or it was sort of the power eye with option tendencies. The state was tethered to that's just what it did, and like that's part of why I think there probably haven't been that many quarterbacks from the state they're along the way. They're because it has developed in a way, and what they're doing at Gretna is great. I think you can credit some of the spread offenses all over the city and the state with bringing to Nebraska a kind of up-to-date spread style system. Bronson Marsh was probably a couple inches too short, but of course he was a very good high school quarterback. I think it's accurate that Zane is doing things that other players haven't done. I think basketball has always been a little bit more, what do you want to call it? Forward thinking in Omaha than maybe some of the football programs, and that's not a knock. Some of those teams were terrific, but you know what I'm talking about. Omaha Creighton Prep could have run the ball 64 times in a row in 1988, and what difference would it have made? They would have run for 400 yards. They would have won 37-10, and what was the guy's name back in the 80s? He was a great baseball player. I can't even remember.
From where?
From Prep. Besides, is that the name? I can't remember if that was the name. But like there were, if you were to take that and bring it today, I think you would still have. So some of it is a byproduct of the quarterbacks have had to be, whatever better. I mean,
is the counter contrarian roll my eye moment saying, okay, let's say I give you the offensive evolution has changed, then why do we have the discussions? Where have all the great running backs gone? Like, we almost can't have it both ways.
Agreed.
Right? So,
yeah.
So you understand kind of what my sentiment, especially being in the middle of it. I'm like, wait a minute. We're changing, we're moving the goalposts based on what the desired outcome is, as opposed to just being general, right?
Yeah.
The team in Lincoln gets in gun on third down. Stands to reason high schools are using more spread, partly because of that, partly because of 7-on-7, the same way you use power eye and option football in the 80s and 90s, because that's what the state school did, right? So, I mean,
I think that's part of it. I think part of it too is that, and obviously Coach Huffman is somebody who'd be better to speak on this than me.
Well, did he invent the spread, or should we be talking to guys like Gene Sir and the Dan Jacksons of the world that did it at Burke before that? And I mean,
here's where I think Huffman innovated. Here's where he innovated. Okay, it's a recruiting tool. and they don't recruit. I get it. I understand.
Wait, who doesn't
Not
recruit?
recruiting, but well, you know what I'm saying.
Okay,
The
okay.
point is that like you don't just play in the spread offense to win games. And I remember.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yep.
You're playing a spread offense because if you play in a spread offense, you're going to have 63 catches for 917 yards.
Yeah, and you can get guys to move from Lincoln. I get it. You're right. He's fan. Yeah.
That's what he's done.
Yeah.
He changed it. Now, so my point being that the spread off, if you go back to the power eye and the option back in the 80s and 90s, well, that's how you attracted really good running backs and potentially to your school. And I know there wasn't a lot of option enrollment and all that, but the point being is that back then it was running the football was what you did. And so you tried to develop great running backs. And I don't anticipate there will ever be a run of running backs like there were from, I don't know, Leotis Flowers through, the mid to late 90s. I don't, the guy that went to Iowa State, played at prep, and I wish I could remember saying David Horn, and obviously went to Nebraska, and then was it Stevie Hicks that went to prep?
From prep to
So
Iowa
I don't
State.
know if there's ever going to be a run like that for 15 years where all those players were so good, but now we're seeing a run of receivers, and we've never seen this quality of receivers before. And I guess what I would say is this: Zane Flores is probably the first. I don't anticipate he'll be the last. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see a number of quarterbacks who are really good and polished and can throw the football and will get more attention and notice than they did before, in part because of Zane. If Zane goes to Oklahoma State and he has a big career, schools will come looking for the next guy.
Yeah, I think the cool thing, and some of this is where my heart is. I watched some quarterbacks this weekend, Friday and Saturday. He's already having that kind of impact because he's the benchmark. So when he's on the same field as you, even currently, this is without any potential future success at Okie State, the Donaldsons and the Rezaks and the Kalins and, Millard South's got a pair, and the Ronners and all these guys, these quarterbacks, the Circos, they see it, and it's real time. Like I think it's kind of and there have been a couple of guys, right? There were people that wanted to be like Calvin Strong. There were people that wanted to be like Cole Payton. There are people that wanted to be like Xavier Betts or Glance or there's people right now that want to be like Sam Sledge. Like, I think it's interesting how even in the moment, and this is coming from a guy who watched his son want to be like, Xavier Watts or Chucky Hepburn, right?
Yeah.
Like that prowess is real and it matters. And if you're for the growth of the high school game, the attention and the coverage and the level of due that they're due ultimately matters. It's not a Nebraska thing. It's a high school sports accomplishment thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
That's where my heart is on this, right? Because
sure, I get it. And I think what you're saying is that Zane Flores is worthy of the same sort of attention as Chucky Hepburn.
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I get that. I understand that. And there's no question that conversation, Chucky, it wasn't just Chucky, it was Chucky and Hunter. And it was a friendly rivalry they had. And it was that they both played for the two best teams in the state, 2 straight years and really 3 straight years. Even though they left, those were the 2 best teams in the state again. And so like there were things that were involved in their head-to-head matchups that made it special, including the fact that Chucky and Hunter are not necessarily the same kinds of players. And that's part of what made it special. It was like 2 different styles of, just whatever. And so, yeah, like I get it though. Like I understand that. And again, Flores has done good stuff. We've covered Zane's accomplishments. Do you want to know how much crap we got? And we did. For making Zane Flores the All-Nebraska first-team quarterback over the kid at Lincoln East? A lot.
Okay. I like Walters too, so I guess no comment. But
It was,
man,
well, no. My point is that the other All-State team down in Lincoln made the Lincoln East quarterback the All-State
Yeah.
quarterback.
Journal Star
Like,
had him.
It was not. That's part of it. As a part of the conversation is that.
I don't know.
Like, if you go back to
just
last year.
I just think there's something to be said for like a Rezac wanting to be a Peyton, or a Xander Gray wanting to be like Calvin Strong, or an Enternocht wanting to be like Micah Riley Ducker, or like those things in the moment really, really matter.
Yeah.
Like I mean, when you go to play quarterback at Millard South, there's a little bit of a gold standard in terms of how to take snaps at that school. That stuff kind of matters. You know what I mean? And I think as a huge advocate of high school sports, that's where my heart comes from. I don't care where they go to college.
I get that. It's an interesting conversation because as it relates to Zane, most of the attention last year was on the Lincoln East quarterback, or it was on Gage at Millard South until he got hurt.
There's a lot of attention on offensive line. Hold that thought. We'll talk about it next week, Sam.
All right.
Thanks, Sam.
Sam McEwen of the World Herald. One question. 20 minutes.
It's a lot. Oh, well. Halftime. Sharp and Benning in the morning on 1620 The Zone. Apparently, there's a lot of lightning rod conversations you can catch up on. The gamut of emotions all up on the replay page, brought to you by Harsh Cigars, Pipes, and Lounge. Great place to relax. Camadana, if you will. Nice cigar, nice cocktail. Maybe just want to shoot the breeze. Great location off the Mormon Bridge Road and the North 40A Street exit. It's Harsh Cigars, Pipes, and Lounge.
Who would have thought? We essentially have talked about two things today. Pretty powerful first hour after the passing of Marlon Briscoe. And then this last hour, that chat with Sam McKewon. You would think, hey, somebody threw Kyrie Irving's name into the mix. And, of course, of all the players in the NBA, when you throw in Kyrie Irving's name, people get triggered. There's a lot of loathing going on about Kyrie, who has decided to go back to the Nets.
Yeah.
After yesterday, does he not know how to play the game? You should have waited a couple of days.
Yeah. Well, he still has until what, 5 today?
What is it? I think tomorrow at 5 he has to.
Is that
paperwork has to be in. But
so he's got time to change his mind.
And join your team. We could have LeBron and Kyrie back together.
So the statement that he made to The Athletic, I'm curious. Are you offended that he thinks that we believe that delivery? Or do you just let it ride?
I've stopped trying to figure him out a long time ago. I realize he is a talented basketball player that cannot carry a team on his own. He's still really good on the floor, but all the other stuff, I gave up on trying to figure him out a long time ago. And I think people try and figure him out, and that's the problem.
So, and I quote, normal people keep the world going, but those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow. I've made my decision to opt in. See you in the fall. That's what he told The Athletic. And A11 even, I think that stands for all even.
Yes.
That's what he told, like all even. Like even in that, like just the common person, the one that doesn't make 36.5 million, like we still don't get it.
Wouldn't the being different go for $6 million?
I mean, he lost what? Probably 17 mil already. So what? He's decided to do the fourth year and be committed to KD. Does he think KD's believing that?
You know what? Here's the thing. Kevin Durant's been pretty loyal through all of this.
I think Kevin Durant wants to win.
Yes, so he knows one of his best options is playing.
So you don't think that he's well aware that he shopped his services to see what the bidders were, and the NBA came back loud and clear. We're not interested in the theatrics.
We have one team that's interested, but they're not interested in what they would give to the Nets, and that's the Los Angeles Lakers.
I mean, not for that price tag. So he was like, what options did he have?
He likes the game.
What options really did he have?
He didn't.
Okay.
He didn't.
I just
because I think he probably thought a little bit different, and then he found out maybe there's just one team that wants me. So he comes back, and there could still be a trade, but more than likely the Nets are going to keep this together. When yesterday it sounded like they were going to break apart, and they don't want last year's repeat. And here we go. Kyrie Irving this next year, playing for his free agency year, what is that going to look like? You're going to get Adrian Beltre all over again? Remember when he went from, 23 to 48 home runs, and he just blew up in his soon-to-be free agent year?
Yeah, no kidding.
But, I mean, Kevin Durant has been pretty good through all of this. Now, it's been floated out there, and I've done the fantasy. How does he get to Miami? Or do we throw Bam and Hero and Duncan Robinson into a trade? But I think Kevin Durant has been pretty loyal and kind of quiet through all of this. But you're right. He wants to win a championship. And right now, his best path is where he's at in Brooklyn. Now, you could change like all of a sudden if he got traded to Phoenix and it would turn the NBA upside down. But they're not getting rid of him. I mean, they're all in, even though yesterday, Windhorst said they're all out. They don't want a repeat of last year. Well, they're all in on number 11 and number 7 playing together.
I don't really think they are, to be honest, because if they were all in, he'd have a long-term deal. They're all in on you signed a contract. We're basically getting you on the cheap. Sounds crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're basically getting you on the cheap for 1 year for you to prove it. They were holding all the cards.
And I'm glad they held their own.
I mean, Marks and those guys, I don't think they're all in on him at all. Now, we'll see. We'll see if Kyrie on his best behavior is a Kyrie we can cheer for. But do you think he's going to be on his best behavior
in his free agent year?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a long time.
I know, but it
is a long
there could be
season
a pot of
to
gold
do the right
the
thing
rainbow.
for that long for Kyrie Irving. Long season.
Availability is everything. He's been out more games than he's played in his Brooklyn career. I mean, you're Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Ben Simmons. It's the gift that keeps on giving in Brooklyn. The problem is when they brought in Steve Nash wasn't the number one guy to run the show. It was going to be done by a group of people, including Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, and they lessened the importance of Steve Nash. But, I mean, Kyrie, they good on Brooklyn. They held their ground. They're not taking a Russell Westbrook contract. And now we have a front row seat to see absolute Kyrie going off in this upcoming season, which is that what you're anticipating? I believe that he will.
Yeah.
Because there is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow if you are good on the floor and off the floor. Because someone will want your talents. Because you are a good enough basketball player. You are just not a guy that can carry an entire team. And you have to prove to people that you're not the guy that wrecked Boston and whatever has gone on in 4 years or will be 4 years in Brooklyn. I mean, through all of this, I think I've become an even bigger fan of Kevin Durant.
Oh, not me. He doesn't. Let me rephrase that. I'm kind of indifferent about KD because he's been the same for like a long time. I always use this because it's hard to win, but where he thought his prowess was, remember, as the player of the year in college, they did not get to the Sweet 16. That was go back and look at that roster. 2 NBA guys on that roster.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't go as far as who made the point yesterday, Franklin. Oh, man, never mind, because it was Acho. But good point nonetheless. I shouldn't say that because whatever. Apparently people don't like me this morning either. For Acho made the point, if you're looking at KD's legacy right now as it is attached to Kyrie Irving, he was trying to make the distinction between Steph and KD.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about accomplishments and what Steph has done for other players that he's played with versus what KD has. And I thought it was interesting, right? I mean, he got into, Kerr's statistic as an all-time winning coach behind Bill Russell and all-time winning in the NBA, not just a coach, Bill Russell and Phil Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about getting Andre Iguodala paid and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, their roles, and what he's done for other players, playing with other guys like Andrew Bogut versus Kevin Durant. And I thought it was interesting, not so much in the comparison between the two, but how heavily scrutinized KD has become in the last And I don't think you were here last week. Was he, when I was talking about the level of scrutiny that KD has gone through since he left Golden State versus while he was with Golden State has intensified. And I had seen 2 lists that didn't have him in the top 20. And I was like, is this the knee-jerk reaction of the last couple of years? Because we probably feel a little different if, he wears a size 16 shoe versus 14 and a half, right?
When Kyrie got hurt last year against Milwaukee in the postseason, who carried that franchise almost to the finish line?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how he has really gotten under the microscope the last 4 or 5 months. People have picked. He went from the most prolific scorer. He went from the Slim Reaper to just a stat guy. I'm like, wow, really?
He's not ahead of Curry, but he's not out of the top 20.
I mean, maybe we don't have to rank him this soon, right? I mean, we probably get too much in the list, but I just thought it was. I thought of the hero or die a villain thing. I'd play with KD. I don't know if KD makes a team better, but I know he gives you a better chance to win with him than without.
But if there was going to be a trade right now involving him, it's the Anthony Davis haul. That's the kind of haul you would need.
Yeah.
If you were Brooklyn. And how many teams out there have that kind of assets to deliver to you?
Maybe the Lakers, what the Lakers should do is move LeBron at the deadline.
He's going to make you squirm a little bit on what he does for 23.
I ain't squirming.
I mean, now yesterday ruined all my fun of when free agency opens because we're going to get all of a sudden about the Knicks moving mountains to get Jalen Brunson.
Which is interesting because
Beal's going to resign in
Dallas
with
could have had
Washington.
him for about a $52 million deal.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, and I think Levine stays with the Bulls. So basically it's Brunson.
Hey, so
and we paid John Wall $41 million to go away.
Do we care enough about Bradley Beal to critique? I was getting into this with T-Mo's. But Bradley Beal gets a pass, right? Because apparently it's
Absolutely.
okay for him to be comfortable and chase the money. When I was making the comparison to how we get mad at golfers on the Live Tour for going to get theirs. But in team sports, it's like if a guy were to come out and say, "Hey, man, I'm cool with not having a chance to win championships. I'm comfortable here. I like it here. I've developed my game. I'm working on my handle. I'm scoring a bunch. We're not winning, but I'm scoring a bunch."
Mm-hmm.
Like Bradley Beal gets a pass, right? I think it's interesting how we're okay with that.
I don't know much. He's been so injured. He's going to be 30?
Yeah.
Isn't he going to be 30 this upcoming season? You don't know much about Bradley Beal. It just happens to be his turn that he's number one at the top of the list.
He'd be a heck of a piece to move.
Well, the guy right behind him, Zach LaVine paired with another star. Zach LaVine's 27. Zach LaVine could take off. He has to be paired with somebody, but I think he stays in Chicago. I think it could be a boring free agency.
Yeah.
So it would have to be, to add spice, it would have to be a trade. Because is Jalen Brunson getting anybody excited this year about NBA free agency?
Yeah, the Knicks fans.
Tough to be a Knicks fan. That's all I'm going to say. Sean McDonough joins us here shortly. Sharp Betting in the Morning at 1620 The Zone.
Hey, shopping at Woodhouse, they make it easy and convenient. I'm telling you, I'm going through it right now. And anxiety hasn't quite set in because I'll be dealing with the folks at Woodhouse. They make it easy to shop for the next car, truck, or SUV. Whether you're in the market for new or new to you, Woodhouse makes it very efficient. Every vehicle from every one of the lots is easily accessible in one place at woodhouse.com. If you're in the search for new, that's 18 brands across 16 metro locations, from the most popular truck brands to luxury vehicles. If you're in the market for new to you, you can easily explore hundreds of pre-owned vehicles. I'm telling you, I'm doing it right now to find features and a price that fits your lifestyle. And they don't just stop there at woodhouse.com. You can do payment options. You can apply for credit. You can do calculations on trade-in value. It's truly a one-stop shop, which is what I'm all about. The customer service been fantastic. They've been serving the community since 1975 and will be here doing so after. It's Woodhouse. Make sure you visit woodhouse.com for all your vehicle needs.
Hey, we had mating season going on in Omaha yesterday, 108th and Q. A rock found another vehicle.
Omaha.
Dude, it's got to be intentional.
So what do you think about you and I going in on a business? The investment will not be large. The overhead will be awful small. We just get a tow truck business and we park in that parking lot. And so people that get stuck on the rock, we go and help them because I'm guessing 2 times a week we would work and we could make pretty good money.
What do you think it is?
Well, you remember you brought it up because of the vehicle that you drive and looking at most of them are SUVs that get stuck. It's either the blind spot, people are texting, but we're trending. I mean, it's full on mating season for the Rock at 108th and Q. People came to the College World Series. They went and got a Jello shot. Then they went out to 108th and Q because they had to see the Rock. But it got somebody yesterday.
Do you smell what the Rock?
I think it's unbelievable.
And here's the thing. Don't get stuck on the Rock because there are people around that are taking pictures and they are sending it to 1620 The Zone morning show hosts.
Man. And everybody thinks they came from my school. Like, I didn't teach that.
Your school you went to or your driving school?
The driving school.
See, people understand, I mean, you've explained that there are parts of the driving that you are better at that people get confused.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing, it started from me being picky about parking, not really the ability to master driving. I just think it's funny how people can't park. And they just park any old kind of way.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, I'm in a hurry, and the only thing that matters, I'm going to park this way.
I got some angst the other day. I was a pull-through person.
For you?
Yeah. Somebody gave me the dirty look.
Well, sometimes it happens, though. I mean, maybe it's dark out and you can't see. Maybe when your headlights is out, you probably should get that fixed if that's the case. Maybe, I mean, there could be a myriad of reasons that you're not parking within the giant, in between the giant yellow lines there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you had too big of a truck. Maybe maybe you're preoccupied with something going on. I don't know. I give them benefit of the doubt, but there's a lot of it though.
I think we should do a remote out of 108th and Q in the Rock. Get to the bottom of it.
Just see why it happens.
I mean, this is bad. I mean, we're being known nationally for this Rock.
And the only thing I can think of that was similar was a little more understandable. Remember the overpass on Center Street by
Yes, where
Rockbrook,
people get stuck.
where semis were getting stuck.
Yeah.
That one I could kind of understand. Big rig.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking mere inches.
Yep.
But the Rock though,
just don't get caught on the Rock.
and they get high centered.
Yes.
So like you just gunning it, or
You just pull right up on it. And then it's like, oh, I'd love to. If somebody wanted to be like, in the confession booth, I'd like to hear somebody that's got
call
stuck on
it.
the Rock, 'cause
Yeah,
I
just
want to
call-
understand how
and
it
you
happened.
could call and tell us your name is like Betty or Tim, or you don't even have to use if that's not your real name. You could use like a different one, right? Hey, this is Mark, and because I do want to know.
Yeah. All right. So
Because they don't just bump into it, like they get up on there.
I don't know. Monday was a good day for the Rock. Don't let Tuesday be a good day for the Rock.
Oh, yeah.
And the lines are open if you'd like to share your story. Sean McDonough will share his story coming next.
Hey, QC Kinetics, if you suffer from joint pain, from arthritis and injury, the traditional treatments like pain meds and steroids and inevitably surgery, there's a new way to think about treatment. It is QC Kinetics. The local medical professionals are here for you. QC Kinetics, it's the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. This is an advanced, exciting, and natural alternative to give you lasting relief using your body's own healing power. Listen, steroid shots are toxic to your joints. Pain meds are addictive, can be addictive, and nobody wants to go under the knife. It's 2022, and those old ways are out. Some new ways, and regenerative medicine is here. It can restore and repair damaged joint tissue using natural biologics. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. QC Kinetics regenerative protocols can address any pain in any joint and give you the quality of life you deserve. Call now and schedule your free consultation at 402 205 4960. That's 402 205 4960.
All right, so we'll try, and we're tracking down Sean McDonough. This is Shane yesterday was talking the morning after his Colorado Avalanche won the Stanley Cup, and Sean McDonough called it. He loves Sean McDonough. He had a great conversation with him yesterday, so hopefully we'll get hooked up with Sean McDonough. Maybe he can tell us where he was on this night 25 years ago. Today is the 25th anniversary of the Bite heard round the world. Holyfield and Tyson, 1997.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Which both of them have spoke, not longingly, but they have spoke quite a bit about that night and what it meant in their career. Somebody owns part of the ear. Like somebody got part of the ear and they own it. Like as a piece of memorabilia.
That's mildly disgusting.
It is. And, those two have become friends. I didn't realize the hate they had for each other going into that fight or in their career. But since then, they have developed a friendship. It also, 25 years ago tonight, that brought that moment, it also led to a Fort Myers Miracle promotion where we gave away bloody ears on an anniversary.
Yeah, that doesn't sound all that appealing.
Well, they were not real ears, but they were the plastic ears that I had interns paint bloody. And then we sold, what's the dessert, the ears? That was like a churro type thing.
Now, wait a minute.
I got to find out what that was called.
There's a dessert that resembles an ear?
Yeah, isn't it like the elephant ear?
Man, I don't know. Dessert is not in my wheelhouse.
Yeah. We gave away elephant ears.
What is it?
It's just like a little dessert, like a pastry, I think.
Yeah.
It's probably the only time in my life I've ever had it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I will send you a picture. Right now, if you go to FanDuel Sportsbook, they've got props up for the upcoming college football season. At some point, we are going to go through the overs and unders in the Big Ten, which just still blows me away. Wisconsin sits at 8.5, and then there's basically the whole division is at 7.5. I don't think that's going to happen, but it is kind of interesting. Right now,
that's no brainer here, but isn't that what kind of season it's going to be?
Yeah, but I've never seen that before.
Hey, so
the jumbled 7.5, and the win total in the West is only 8.5.
What's your gut tell you? Will the tiebreaker come into play? Every time, not every time. There's been a couple years where we've kind of picked these scenarios and predictions where it comes down to a tie, like where we envision it coming down to a tiebreaker, and inevitably it never does.
I think this year it does.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Law of averages?
I'm going to go that, and also I think it's close this year. I don't think there's a ton of separation. You know what will be a interesting vibe? So as long as Wisconsin is Wisconsin, they're still going to get somewhat the benefit of the doubt. What if Wisconsin doesn't win the division again this year? You think people go, didn't win it last year. They haven't been top to bottom the whole Wisconsin experience, even though they have a really good defensive coordinator. They have one of the best running backs in the country who is 18 years old. What do you think the vibe on Wisconsin and the general perception of Wisconsin is if they don't win the division again this year? Do people go, man, is the door open? Is Paul Chryst?
Well, who's won the last 4 Big Ten West championships? It's been somebody different, right?
Northwestern and Iowa, Wisconsin have all been in the mix.
And Minnesota. Is that right? Am I
going to Indianapolis? No, just those 3.
Oh, that's right. Minnesota did not go. Even though they won, what was that, 11?
They won 11 that season, yeah.
So, maybe people already feel like that.
The COVID year weren't great, didn't play much last year.
And they're suffering from kind of what we went through as a fan base with maybe knowing too much about Graham Mertz. Yeah. Like we felt like we knew too much, like, this is what I think we're getting. It's not going to change. So therefore, or maybe do they rekindle new optimism because you've got a monster in the backfield?
They have a new offensive coordinator. You know who's calling the plays? Is it Bobby Ingram or is it Paul Chryst? They still got Jim Leonard as a defensive coordinator. But it also feels, and it feels weird to say this because they are Wisconsin, that Wisconsin could be vulnerable. And that if they get knocked off and they don't compete for a Big Ten championship, you could be looking at 3 straight years where Wisconsin is not in Indianapolis. And does that open the door to go, oh, now the West is wide open? I mean, we're going to say, I say this right now, and Wisconsin will turn around and they will have a really, really good season. Maybe. But Wisconsin's sitting at 8.5. But here's what's on FanDuel right now. So you could take Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, minus 650 against the field, which is plus 480. So Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, or Ohio State to win the national championship, one of those, or take the field. Georgia has to replace one of the best defenses ever. They've got 9 starters off that defense that are replacing, but Georgia has recruited at a high level, and they just turn it over. Offensively, that will probably be where they make their hay this year. They should be better offensively with the talent they have on that side of the ball because they were a little bit younger last year. Then you have Alabama. Alabama still has the Heisman Trophy winner at quarterback, even though, Will Anderson is the defensive Heisman Trophy guy on the other side. But I wonder about young wide receivers at Alabama. They just sent some dudes to the league again. Then you have...
Well, do you remember... So is it burned in your memory what they had to go to in terms of their performance in the national championship game?
When they lost their guys that are now in the NFL.
But those guys are... Yeah, it'll be interesting because they're a year older, and they were highly recruited too, and they're pretty daggone good.
Now, you have to help me with one...
And Saban told what's-his-buckets to go sit down after the last bobble drop.
So here's a team that is mentioned of those 4. And kind of along the lines of, all right, what if they're not one of the top teams in college football again this year? Do people go, what's going on there? Kind of like the Wisconsin if they don't win the Big Ten. Clemson somehow won 10 games last year. With that offense, that offensive line, they won 10 games. Thank God they had a defense. But they're going to be preseason top 5 again. They're in the mix as one of these 4 teams. But the 4th team that I think they are the marquee team in college football. Ohio State. Ohio State, to me, if I was...
I heard you mumble that on air, off air when you said, you know what? Like if I had to take such and such and such and such, oh man, I'll take Ohio State.
Well, if right now with the personnel that is available and what you know about that personnel, are you taking Ohio State, Clemson, Alabama, or Georgia on June 28th as your lead team in college football? I would take Ohio State. I know more about Ohio State. Now, I have no doubt that Saban and a Smart and a Sweeney they've recruited, they've developed, they've got guys heading in the right direction. But I know more about Ohio State's personnel to feel comfortable saying, bam, this is the year in Columbus. But are you going to take one of those 4 or against the field?
Georgia, Bama, Ohio State,
and Clemson. So you got those 4 against the field. I mean, the next team up in college football in terms of odds to win national titles, Texas A&M.
Georgia, Bama. Wow. Conventional wisdom says take the field. History the last 8 years says something different. Why wouldn't you? You'd almost 100% of the time you take the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to think about that one for a second.
All right, Brian Christopherson is going to join us here in a little bit. By the way, the Phil Steele magazine, some of you in our listening audience may have it. It has started to be mailed out, and it is starting to show up at your favorite Barnes & Noble. Phil Steele will join us next week, probably before a lot of you have it. So he'll give you a little preview of what's in it. But the Bible of college football is being rolled out as we speak.
Yeah, he'll be on early next week, and I just got done talking with Sean. We rescheduled for tomorrow, so we'll have him at this time tomorrow.
that conversation with him was short.
All my conversations are short.
Does he know your affinity for him? I mean, you are his smallest, biggest fan.
Shane said that Sean McDonough asked how he was doing yesterday. Like, not the, hey, I'm just kind of like as a courtesy. He really wanted to know how Shane was doing.
Most people don't usually do that. I mean, if I text somebody and I say, hey, can you be on like this time or this time? They usually just send a time back.
Not Sean McDonough. He's a man of the people.
Yeah.
Coming up
and
next.
really good at his job.
Brian Christopherson is next on Sharp and Betting in the Morning. Mark said he got his Phil Steele yesterday. He said Phil's a little bit more positive on Nebraska than Mark. John says, doesn't everyone in the country have the same favorite Barnes & Noble? I thought there was only one left. There's only one left here in Omaha. It's out by Oakview Mall.
Yeah. Still going too, right?
Yeah, it's still packed. But they tore down the one here by Target on 72nd and Dodge.
So he's packed when I go in there, like every time.
Go to a lot of Barnes & Noble, do you? Go in there for a little coffee with a girlfriend. You sit down, you read the papers, you read magazines.
I know how to read a book or two.
That's a positive. That's a good one. That's good. Here's Brian Christopherson, Husker 24/7. Good morning. Do you have your Phil Steele yet?
I do not. I'll probably get one though. I usually get one.
I mean,
BC, are you this is weird because you're a digital guy and you can crank out articles in a hurry. Does the old soul in you still covet something in your hands, or are you cool with electronic version?
I do like the old newspaper in my hands on a Sunday morning after the game. I grew up in Omaha.
Not surprising, you 54-year-old.
I grew up in Omaha in 1962. But I do. What really got me hooked on sports writing, I would run like a lot of people in the area and get the Sunday morning paper and just devour like the coverage from the game, and it's interesting how it changed back then. I think all the papers in Nebraska used to have they would have the Huskers game story at the top, but they would also have like other story, like another college football game on the front, and there would be a UNO recap or something like that. There was like 4 or 5 different things, and then at some point it kind of happened when I started getting into the profession. We just made the whole front page just Huskers, and you had your own Husker section that was 8 pages, and that was it. So yeah, I loved cranking out copy on deadline for a game that ended at 10:45 and you had to have something in at 11, and maybe being in Columbia, Missouri, and the next morning you bet you're back in Nebraska and there's the thing on your doorstep that I do miss that part.
Hey, Damon and I were just talking just briefly. I had a thought or two about Wisconsin. And this upcoming season, Wisconsin is their standards. The last 2 years have been subpar, even though they won 9 games last year. And I think they're on a streak under Krista. They won 6 straight bowl games, but they weren't in Indianapolis, and they haven't been in Indianapolis since 2019. They made changes on the offensive side of the ball, 4 new coaches. They still have Braylon Allen at quarterback, or at running back, I beg your pardon. They have Graham Mertz at quarterback. We'll get to that in a moment. The other side, they've got a couple of NFL guys they have to replace, but they still have Jim Leonard running the show.
Yeah.
They've had 3 of their better recruiting classes, but their offense has gone 2 straight years where they've scored under 26 a game, and Graham Mertz is still the quarterback. With all of that said, does this feel like a turning point season for Wisconsin? That this is the season that they remind people that we're still Wisconsin, or okay, this is subpar year 3 in a row for us. Or at the end of the day, does it matter? Because it seems like a lot of this is attached to one guy, and that's their quarterback.
Yeah, I do think it's an important season. I think that's the question for them to answer. Are they that Wisconsin club that for like 5 or 6 years it just felt like they were without a doubt the favorite in the division, and you just picked them by default? Or are they the team with the question marks you bring up once again? I do like how they're recruiting, but obviously the staff changes, and I know some of it's for different reasons, but it suggests, there's a little pressure up there to kind of get that rolling again. And it's, Nebraska would gladly take the records Wisconsin has had. The one thing they always have had, though, is Jim Leonard, who I think could be a great head coach somewhere, just keeps routinely producing like top 10, top 5 defenses. And it doesn't matter, it seems like, if you say, okay, you're looking at your Phil Steele magazine and they lost these 2 or 3 all-conference guys, they seem to plug in another guy that is capable of that. Now, the one thing I'd say, if we want to bring this locally, is Nebraska has had a good plan offensively to attack Wisconsin in previous years and has really moved the football quite well on them, and better than most teams in the Big Ten, sometimes through the air. But yeah, I still picture them as the favorite in the division until soundly proven otherwise. But I do have big questions about the QB. But then what's really new when you talk about Wisconsin football? It feels like other than Russell Wilson, that's just like sort of part of the template. Like, I don't know about their QB, but they'll have some stud running back who's going to run for 1,850 yards.
So BC, who are you fully prepared to give the eye roll to and say, man, I knew it? Like, same old, same old. Is it Minnesota? Is it Iowa? Is it Nebraska? Is it Wisconsin? Like, there's that team that's like, they're going to be exactly who we thought they were, even though we thought to the contrary. Who's that likely suspect?
That's a good question. I think I don't know that everyone's pumping them up, but I've been waiting for Minnesota to sort of fall flat, real flat, the last year or so. And I think we made this point on the show, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Nebraska is a team that's really let them off the hook the last few years, where Minnesota's had their season sort of teetering at times. And the Nebraska game has brought them great momentum and really changed the narrative for each program in that contest. Like, the last 3 years, you could go look at it where Minnesota was, even the year they won 11 games, they scuffled out of the blocks and were kind of barely beating South Dakota State and some teams. And then, they laid it on Nebraska, and it felt like they had the wind at their back all of a sudden. So I keep going back to that game as one of the top two most important ones to me. But I don't know. I just kind of keep thinking they're going to fall down to a 6-7 win category and sort of stay there. Mostly, more seasons than not. That's sort of how I picture them, and maybe that's not fair. I think maybe that's a credit to PJ Fleck that he keeps that beach ball up in the air. But they're sort of a program that, I don't know. I don't love the way they recruit, and it always feels like they're sort of hanging on that edge where they could get knocked down a couple games if the right teams would just take care of business against them.
Exactly. If Nebraska, they lost to Bowling Green last year. I mean, that's a credit to Fleck and the culture of that program, that season wasn't just over after they got beat at home. Nebraska was there to throw the knockout punch to Minnesota. I mean, I think if Nebraska in mid-October beats Minnesota in Minneapolis in that game, I mean, Minnesota probably scuttles their way to 5-6 wins and their season goes south. But they won that game, and they were fine after that. I agree with you. There has been that moment where Nebraska has been in position to knock down a team like Minnesota, and it's Nebraska that gets knocked down.
But to Damon's question, I don't know who it is that we're really – it's tough. Who's really being built up in the West right now where everybody's like, oh, they're going to roll, and then –
It could have been the other way too, though, B, right? Like a team that we think and then it's like, see, you know who I'm hoping it isn't, obviously, because they open with Nebraska. See, I don't want that team to be Northwestern. Like, what if all of a sudden Northwestern's good and we're like, man, that gosh darn Pat Fitzgerald did it again, right? The minute we counted them out, like, because he's due.
Yeah, they're kind of dangerous when they're just laying below the surface. Nobody.
I mean, haven't we done this before with them?
Yeah.
We've done it like 3 or 4 or 5 years, it feels like, with them. So I do remind people on our message board that all the time. When you look at them on your drive-by view, you're like, man, they got all sorts of holes all over the place. And their rushing defense last year was abysmal. I mean, it was like in another room from everybody else in the Big Ten in the house. It was just terrible. And obviously Nebraska exposed that. But you kind of wonder, like, are they going to come out and all of a sudden in opening week, are they a team that's a little salty against the run and they have some guys you didn't even know about or think about? And, Pat Fitzgerald figured out something in the back room with those guys. I don't know. I don't expect that necessarily. But if you were to say they are the one team you could pick out, I think, Damon, and say everybody's sort of poo-pooing them, putting them in the back of the line, and it's dangerous a little bit. with them, even with all the questions, because they're a team that when they figure it out, they're in a 3 or 4 point game every week. You guys know that. They're that team in the Big Ten that plays like 3 overtime games, when they have it sort of going right and they are solid and don't beat themselves. So we'll see if they can be that version again. I have my doubts, but I also don't dismiss that it can happen with that guy.
So what would worry you more when the game against Nebraska kicks off and we see this version of Northwestern, if they are physically more in tune than they were last year, or they're getting something out of their passing game? What would worry you more? Because I will say, Damon and I we were talking about Northwestern earlier, and he brought up how porous they were on run defense. I was really surprised that was not the same kind of physical Northwestern team we've been accustomed to the last couple of years. So what would worry you more from a Nebraska perspective is you line up in the first 30 minutes against Northwestern, you go, man, they're more physical, or, oh my gosh, they're getting something out of the passing game.
More physical, if they're more physical, because Northwestern has figured out ways with some of those teams in the past to win in spite of their offense. I think the year they won the division a couple of years back, their offensive numbers were still woeful. So I would worry about that if like the first half comes along and Nebraska's just pounding their head against the wall trying to run the football. And of course, it would be an interesting mental test for Nebraska if it's that sort of game, because that's sort of what happened against Illinois, last year in that first game, is it felt like Nebraska really couldn't establish a run with any consistency early on, and that let you know trouble was lurking, and then you have that turnover and everything went haywire. So yeah, it would be if they're a physical bunch that is in no way resembles what they were last year in Lincoln, which frankly, you could just tap on them and they were falling over. It was the worst Northwestern defense I've seen in the last decade with Pat Fitzgerald.
BC, if you had to pick and you're like, okay, I think Nebraska's got a chance to be pretty good on defense again, and man, do we trust Travis Fisher. Who do you think has the better season, Omar Brown or Miles Farmer?
So that's a good question. To that particular question, I will say Miles Farmer, just because I expect a lot from Omar Brown, by the way, but I think Miles Farmer needs to be that veteran, consistent piece at safety next to whomever is joining him for the party, and that could be Marquise Buford, who I'm a big fan of, but I don't take for granted that with Deontay Williams and Markel Dismuke, maybe there's higher end talent in the room now, but you knew that those guys who left were going to do their job. Like, they knew the system, had spent 3 years basically being the main guys in that system, and you didn't have to blink. You knew that they would handle what they were supposed to from what the scheme tells them to do. And really, Nebraska, we used to talk about the explosive plays, during the Mike Riley era, like, that were being given up on defense. And those really have felt like they've gone down a lot, lately. And I give a lot of credit to the safety play there. It's guys who know what the score is and what they're called on for whatever they're seeing. And so I love the safety potential Nebraska has, but it's just a matter of how fast can they get through the chapters to being up to speed to where, Markel and Deontay were just knowing the game. Mm-hmm. And maybe pretty quickly, because Marquise Buford, I think, is a pretty special guy. And I think everybody over there would say it. And I like Deshaun Singleton too. I haven't forgotten about him. So Omar Brown, though, is going to be one of the fall camp storylines, because he wasn't healthy in the spring. So everybody, it was the Tommy Hill story then, and it still can be a lot of Tommy. But Omar Brown is going to have something to say somewhere, I think, on that defense.
When we sit around and we rattle off assistant coaches, of course, the new energy, those new coaches get mentioned right away. We just brought up Travis Fisher. Sean Beckton's name should always be in a conversation because of how talented he is. One guy that doesn't come to the forefront right away, and maybe there's reasons, but I think he's had a good 6-7 months with his position group and what he's been able to do in attracting recruits, whether he's involved or in delivering what the future looks like at their position. How would you describe maybe the last 6-7 months that Barrett Rood has had? Because it looks like Dylan Rogers is getting close to saying yes to Nebraska, and that would be another linebacker for him out of the state of Texas.
Yeah, I think they're looking really good with Dylan Rogers, and I think Barrett's done a really good job sort of restocking his room when in a portal era where certain big name recruits have left. Wyndon Holy, heading back after a season, and Keyshawn Green, and there's a few guys that popped out of here pretty quickly. And if you think about it, it could have been a real problem. I think some of that's been erased because Luke Reimer just showed up on the scene immediately and was like a special guy who was initially a walk-on, and so that's like one really good player you have at one of the spots. But even beyond that, I think he's done a good job developing and forming a real kinship with Nick Henrich. And I think Henrich is going to be a big leader on this defense and sort of a spark plug too. And then I think Ernest Hausman is going to burn through a red shirt, which brings us to a whole another question of, we could talk about some segment about how do you play the red shirt game anymore in this era, when guys are sometimes leaving after 2 or 3 years or whatever. I don't think the red shirt has the same amount of value, but that's another topic. But I think, Ernest Hausman, what can he get maybe out of Amalga Clements? But I do think he's connected well with recruits too, and that shows, like, obviously in Hayden Moore, who I think the staff believes is probably underrated. They might be right. 2-sport star, going to maybe play baseball at Nebraska too, but Barrett Rood really explained how he'd be in the defense, and I think he did the same thing pretty well with Dylan Rogers, and I wouldn't be shocked if that one went Nebraska's way too.
I mean, you're going to have two guys that are, basically the quarterbacks of your defense playing next to each other that are in their 4th year in the program. I mean, it's nice little thing to be Barrett Rood right now coming into the season at your position group.
You know what? I also would say I would defend him last cycle. People were on his case somewhat because of the in-state recruiting, and you are what the results are. But there were some tough cases there where I didn't necessarily think those guys were particularly interested in staying in state, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not dogging on that at all. I'm just saying that was sort of the mindset of some guys, and it was a tough cycle locally. And I think, Mickey Joseph has also done a really good job, and people in the area of I think, really helping change that narrative within state recruiting. But Barrett Rood is continuing to do that as well, and I think has a really good connection with a lot of coaches in the state. So, sometimes we jump on a storyline from year to year, and you got to give it a little more time. And they've done a good job. And I bring this up because we're talking about Barrett Rood. They've done a good job of moving that story off the table about in-state recruiting fails at the moment. They've got 5 of the 10 commits are from Nebraska. And if you throw Malachi Coleman on top of that, you're really cooking. So you gotta give credit where it's due, since that was a story last year we sometimes talked about.
BC, we appreciate it. Enjoy the holiday weekend. We'll talk to you after vacay.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
So Brian Christopherson. Yeah, not bad to start the year where you already know who your starters are. Combined for 207
Yeah,
tackles
that's kind of
year.
again, why is that your thing?
Oh, yeah.
Comfortability.
Okay.
No concern. Well, because the beginning of camp this year, you can't have hiccups. You can't have knuckleheads. You got to get people that are down to business, because you are shortened. I mean, you're hopping on a big bird to go to another country. The game week. I mean, you can't waste practices this year. I mean, there can't be moments where you go, man, we were bad. Guys had no retention from the day before. I mean, they have to be dialed in from the jump. And if I'm on defense where you've got some new faces that are blending in, I'm pretty comfortable with 2 guys that are in the middle in pretty important position in this defense that know everything by the back of their hand. And you could say, hey, guys, go. I'm feeling pretty good. I got 2 guys that combine, again, 207 tackles from last year in Heinrich and Reimer.
Mm.
Now, is either one of them going to be all Big Ten? That
Feels
would be helpful.
good. Tell you what, I like the angle of Rude kind of in his as a recruiter too, because I think with his skill set, he's better in a lot of areas than some of the experts give him credit for. Once he's in there, he's extremely relational.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't not going to undersell that. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to teaching.
I think there's and then the whole recruiting thing.
Ask Hausman.
Yeah, did a great job. But who gets credit for a recruit?
I don't know. Some take a group effort. Some have a Some folks remember the first guy to reach out, kind of give him the credit.
Like that's how these show up on the recruiting sites. Is they go, "Who is your primary recruiter?" And it's, I mean, there may be some you're one-on-one. Like I say, hey, I'm going to recruit Damon. That's my guy. I'm in charge of that. I don't need any help from anybody else.
That does happen. That does happen.
But there is more, I think, group recruiting going on these days.
Yeah. I think it's important, right? Because it can't.
I think you know what would be appealing to me is if you were recruiting me as a group, don't you think you like that little bit more attention?
Yeah, and I think it's good to hear different perspectives because you can't. I think depending on what the person's that's been recruited, what their aptitude is, I think they like a varying degrees of vantage points. Right. You don't always sometimes want the same message from the same person. You kind of wonder what that communication is like for other people. Like you can ask Maverick Noonan about, Brood and Chenander and kind of that impact with Dawson. Like, depending on the student athlete being recruited, that can matter because sometimes you want it to be more about than, hey man, he just likes me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I agree.
Sometimes I think people they want that in the recruiting process.
What was your takeaway from Danny delivering the news in person?
I thought that was extremely classy. I mean, not surprised. They talked about answering every question, some without even having to be asked. They recruited him tough. I'll go back to something Coach Frost said in passing on, I think I can say this, Junior Day.
Mm-hmm.
It was early. It's like the first or the second one.
Yep.
And Maverick was there, but he wasn't part of Junior Day. He had already been there the week before.
Mm-hmm.
He was watching and studying. He sat at the table by himself, listening to the panel. Asked him where he was coming from, and he said, watching film. I said something to Coach Frost, and Coach Frost goes, and I quote, yeah, we really want that guy. We really want that guy. Hey, I quote tweeted, Chloe Lemon, who picked her school, was talking to Mike Sauter. And he used one of the quotes, and Chloe said, I had a school that really wanted me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we just overcomplicate recruiting. We really overcomplicate recruiting. Sometimes it's just how bad a school, just how bad a school wants that particular individual.
That's why I've changed to use the word earn. Nebraska earned the commitment of Maverick Noonan. Andy Kendi is going to join us before the hour is over. We asked about The Rock. We have somebody that is they're going to explain why The Rock got in the way. This is a really, really good email.
Yeah.
We'll tell you about because it is mating season for the 108th and Q Rock. As I mentioned, AK is going to stop by. Sean McDonough, as Shane alluded to earlier, we've rescheduled him. He'll join us on the show tomorrow. 1620 The Zone. I forgot to bring this up yesterday. I overheard a discussion in the press box during the championship series. And it was one of those really would be a dumb poll question. What would you rather win, a baseball championship or a football championship? Unless you're playing or your son or daughter is on the team, any day that ends in Y, any Power 5 school in America would take a football championship over a baseball championship. This isn't even a discussion unless you're playing that sport.
I'm probably in agreement.
Yeah, you don't think Oklahoma right now would substitute a baseball championship, give us back a baseball championship if they would have won? We'll give you football. Ole Miss would do the same thing. Now, that changes Ole Miss baseball forever, but ask Mississippi State what a football championship would do at Mississippi State or at Ole Miss. All right, Andy Kendy's coming up here in just a moment. So the 108th and Q Rock got another victim yesterday, and we wonder, how does this happen? Anthony has emailed us in the Equitable Bank inbox. Thank you to Anthony. He is sharing his story. He writes, heard you guys talking about the rock at 108th and Q. I'll go ahead and share my experience getting stuck on a rock as enough time has passed to laugh about it. This was 14 years ago. So this rock has been getting people for a long time. I mean, people take pictures of this rock. It also happened to be, so this was 14 years ago before it became the popular thing to do at 108th and Q when it was bag and save. The rock would have been on the southwest side of the parking lot. There were multiple factors that led to me hitting the rock. I was texting while driving and also driving to deliver flowers to a girl that just dumped me, so my focus was not on driving. I turned off Q into the parking lot and took a quick right without seeing the island, and before I knew it, my truck was high-centered on a rock. Luckily for me, I was able to put the truck in four-wheel drive and get unstuck. The only damage was a ruined running board and a small dent underneath. I would say having a taller vehicle makes it easy to miss a parking lot island, especially when you're making a quick second turn. Combine that with distracted driving, and it's much easier to do than one might expect. Thank you, Anthony, for sharing that story.
Just keeping it real.
Yeah. At least he got off of it.
Yeah, now that was something I would want to see, because it's got to be what, 3 feet?
Mm-hmm. It's a pretty large rock, but yeah, the island is right there. So if you do make, I appreciate Anthony for sharing that, because you make that quick turn, boom. But we're going to open a tow truck business. We're going to put it right there in the parking lot. We're going to work 2 days a week. We're going to charge what do we charge, about $600 per tow? Yeah, we're going to get them off the rock. So we got to lift and
600.
Tow, man. When they come to tow your vehicle, it can be expensive.
Speaking of which, we're thinking about getting Zoe's ears pierced.
How come they're not already pierced?
Are ear piercings really $100? Or have I not shopped it well enough?
Can't you just go to the mall in one of those kiosks? I would see people getting their ears pierced at those kiosks in the middle of the mall.
Yeah, I don't think they really do it like that anymore. I think maybe Claire's or somebody, but
$100 to get your ears pierced?
It seems high.
For a 4-year-old? It seems like you should have done it maybe a couple of years ago, but that's your parenting.
Judgy McJudge.
Well, don't they usually, like for little girls, parents will pierce their ears like early?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
I don't have pierced ears, and I don't have girls. So,
well, this kit says like $19.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it at home. I wouldn't trust you to.
No, this is at one of the aforementioned places.
Why would it be?
So you're getting scammed.
Gotta be, right?
Just go to the mall. They're always looking to.
You go to the mall.
I've been to the mall. There aren't very many malls anymore. Everything's a strip mall. We don't have mega malls. Have you been to Oakview?
I haven't been to the mall.
There's a lot of people still walk at the mall, but there's no places to shop at the mall. Oh yeah, the mall walkers are a loyal bunch.
Last time I was at the mall, I was at Dick's.
Whatever the hell it is.
I needed a girdle ASAP. One with pads in it.
For your son?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Little clarification.
People
didn't think you were trying to make a comeback.
See me out there in 7-on-7, like all padded up.
Like, hey man, what are those lumps on your quads?
Hey, man, I don't want to take a knee to the thigh.
Where were you at again?
A sporting goods store.
I just
You
wondering
child.
which one.
I don't know, one of them.
Come on, math, you dick.
You're just dying to get at your guy, huh?
Shane.
To think I look out for you.
Shane.
So once a couple of years ago, it was probably like 3 years ago. It was during the winter time. I took the girlfriend home, and she lives at the bottom of a hill, right? Now just listen to the story.
I just laugh every time you bring up your girlfriend stories.
Just
And
listen to this.
she like gets a proper.
What is she like, Ohio State?
Yeah, the girlfriend.
Well, I got it trademarked, so
You have a stamp on her?
so I was taking her home. She lives at the bottom of a hill, and it was during the winter time, but there wasn't snow or anything out, but they were doing some construction, and they had the whole bottom of the road kind of blocked off. They wouldn't have the whole thing blocked off except for there was like 6 cars parked down the side. So I dropped her off, and to get out of there, I had to do the Austin Power things where he was on the cart. It was like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it was literally like inch. I mean, it took like, if I would have just done that alone, it would have taken at least 10 minutes to get out of there. But since I have a stick, and sometimes sticks kind of move a little bit, they kind of have a tendency to go a little bit forward, maybe more than what you want when you put it into gear. My bottom of my front of my car caught the side step there. The what do they call that? The
curb?
Yeah, the curb. It caught the curb, and I was front high. So I had to it reminded me of The Rock. I had to like kind of floor it to get out of there. So I was like our email guy. I was trying to get off of the curb, and it was difficult to do. So I felt that guy's pain. Was his name Anthony or whatever? What was the guy's name from the email that talked about being stuck on the rock?
I had a backup. I remember Shane's on tape delay.
Hey,
but I'm just saying that's my on the rock right there. I mean, you guys are kind of running your own show over here. I'm kind of running my own show over on this side. You know, I mean, I'm just trying
well,
to.
he did just read the email, maybe that gave
But
you.
then we went to the ear piercing, and you threw your girlfriend in, so I thought there was going to be a story about some type.
And
of
he's going back.
piercing.
Oh, and he's going back. Going back to the rock is what's throwing you.
I'm not getting into any piercings that she may or may not have. I'm not getting into any of that. I'm not getting into any
She
of
does
that.
not. No. Go ahead.
Is that a turnoff for you?
I'm just saying
Sharpie.
I felt that guy's pain when you're rolling through the email right there on the rock. And so everybody that's out there stuck on the rock right now, I feel your pain. 'Cause I've had that happen to me before, and it sucks. It really
But yours
sucks.
was just a curb, though, right?
But I have the low to the ground car, so and it's front wheel drive, so I was high centered on the front of that. So I don't even know how the hell I even got off of that, to be honest with you.
A car can't be, but what? A couple 100 pounds?
Car's at least 2 ton. Every car's like 2 tons.
That thing is
That is
teeny.
not 2 tons.
Yeah.
That's a little. DC writes in. He's with me. I think
Shane, you're a trip.
I think you're getting scammed. No way. Claire's charges $100.
No, but listen though.
I
So
swear that's where my girls got them done. If so, the wife just didn't tell me. Better off that.
no, but
Anyway.
listen though. Listen. So Tanner, he said if you go to a tattoo piercing, $100 is probably about right. The piercing guns at the mall are kind of gross and not the right way to do it. Brandon says we just did my daughter's ears. Was around $100 at the tattoo parlor. We tried one of the mall joints and it was a nightmare and the ears got infected. So apparently that's a thing. Like if you go like online, there are people that like come to your home.
Just to pierce your ears?
Yes. I just thought it seemed exorbitant. Kind of borderline extortion. But apparently that's the thing.
Corey says I pierced my ears in a
Yeah,
hotel
he's
room back in
he's
high
crazy.
school.
He's crazy.
No
though.
piercing tool, just a couple of ice cubes and some friends stupid enough to do it with me.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot.
I'm supposed to see people want to know what the golf clubs look like that you were making fun of that you said were from the 1970s. You're gonna be shocked. They're pretty good.
This was like 10 years ago, this conversation.
No, it was like
what day? So it was Friday. I told you I was getting ready for a garage sale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you made it seem like I was Bagger Vance or somebody. I was kind of offended. Hey man, that guy's using real woods. Yeah, whatever. More like Tiger Woods.
Andy Kennedy is coming next on Sharp Betting in the Morning. Hey, as we come to the end of June and you're thinking about sending the son or daughter off to college in the fall, or for yourself, business pleasure, you got a vehicle and you got a vehicle problem. You need to find a new one or new to you. Car, truck, or SUV, got a place for you to go. Woodhouse. Now, I'm not going to send you all over town, even though you could. They've got 18 brands are spread across 16 locations. They're convenient. They got top-notch customer service. But I'm going to send you to a website, woodhouse.com. Every vehicle from every one of their lots is easily accessible. One place, woodhouse.com. They showcase their vehicles that are currently on the lot. Plus, another thing you'll find online, they're in transit. So all the inventory that Woodhouse is dealing with, it is right there for you to peruse and make your choice. So if you're in the market for a new or new to you next vehicle, you can explore hundreds of pre-owned vehicles and new ones. Find the features and the price that fits your lifestyle. Plus, they're getting new trades daily. Everything is updated. Looking for a vehicle? Go to woodhouse.com. All right, here's a guy that now has a little bit of a downtime. Andy Kendi from KTV joins us after a splendid run. Him and Matt and Ellie and the entire KTV crew covering the College World Series. I did not see you once during the CWS. I was kind of sad. I didn't see you down in the Bay cutting film.
Morning, boys. Yeah, I was kind of bopping around. A lot of sprinting to the top of the Omaha Baseball Village, and the game times actually kind of every year. The game times dictate how much we can hang and dictate our schedule. The 1 and 6 is just a different setup. Though I actually liked it, and man, the game times, especially in the championship series, they really came in handy. Man, that championship final, game 2 was as snappy of a game as you'll see with all that action, and that includes video reviews, the whole bit. It kind of proves that college baseball can be played at a nice snappy pace.
Hey, so AK, with the are you cool with kind of the pageantry of the CWS is one thing, right? The way that college baseball crowns the champion, somebody was going to have an unbelievable story, whether it was Oklahoma or Ole Miss. It's hard to get here and hard to win. Are you comfy as a purist or a non-purist on how we figure out the national champion in baseball?
I actually like the schedule this year. You know, I think the only tweak that I would maybe make, but it's really tough to do to make it equitable, is on that bracket final, flip them. You know, make the loser go to the other bracket. So you don't have so many rematches. But it'd be really tough to have a team go on short rest as opposed to the other guy that would get an extra rest if you switch brackets like that. It's a hard deal. I think they're getting closer to making it right, and I think the schedule, especially for the finals, starting the finals on a Saturday was a huge noticeable difference for me. You know, and talking to my friends at at the Mattress Factory and obviously the Baseball Village. It was a noticeable difference, and obviously with the attendance figures, the way we saw them spike this year, people came, and there's a big difference about planning on going to the finals when it starts on Saturday and could end on Sunday, rather than starting it on Monday and then having it possibly end on Wednesday. I think this is about as good of a setup as they have had. Is it perfect? Of course not. But I think we're getting closer to where we should be.
It's just interesting, regionals is such a thing of attrition. Then the supers, like it recalibrates. You got to win 2 out of 3. And I know the baseball guys are used to playing in series, but man, you talk about an opportunity to either cool off or get hot. Like it is the postseason.
Yeah, I've heard theories about maybe going to 3-game series in each round at the World Series. I just think it's the time element is such a big deal, especially when you're bringing 8 teams into the city. And I think teams have the chance. You got 2 cracks at it. You get double elimination, and that's the same amount of losses as you'd have in a 3-game series. So I think it's actually a pretty good setup, and I do like the double headers every day. I think the single games in recent years really slowed down some momentum, and having the double headers every day. And granted, we did not run into weather as we've had in years past, so we have to remind ourselves of that. So if weather would have played a role and we started having postponements and pushing games back, et cetera, maybe we'd be talking differently. But at least this year it worked out great, where the only delay was on opening ceremonies, and then you take away the stifling heat from that first weekend. The weather was pretty darn good. I mean, you can't ask for better weather than what we had on the championship series. I think the way that the College World Series set up, like this was a year that I think they'll look back, at like, remember that year that Ole Miss made the run and everybody had those yellow shots and, yada, yada. This is one of those years that this is an added chapter to finally making a stamp in the downtown stadium where there's enough time removed where it adds a big chapter to the new era of what we're seeing from here on out.
Do you think it's that, or is it also a little? We've had back-to-back years of just rabid fan bases that could see the light at the end of the tunnel to win a national championship, and they came in droves. Because we've been lucky. We've had two fan bases, Mississippi State and Mississippi, who they came here, they spent a lot of money. I ran into somebody yesterday. Their bill for them and a family of three, food, lodging, they didn't get a vehicle, they Ubered everywhere, will be about $15,000, and they said it was worth every single penny. How much of you think having those two fan bases that were really good, they drank a lot, they spent a lot, they didn't get in trouble, they had fun, they won a national championship, that was more of elevating, okay, I guess it's okay to have a championship in North Omaha or North downtown, and we're going to be good moving forward?
I think that plays a huge role. I do. I mean, think about how the complexion of the series would be different. And this is not picking on Stanford, but Stanford just doesn't travel like Ole Miss does or like Mississippi does a year ago. But if Stanford makes a big run, how much different is the complexion of the World Series from a fan perspective? I had bumped into a bunch of Ole Miss fans. It was hard not to. And it was interesting to hear their perspectives. And especially on championship weekend, they were talking about how sick and tired they were of looking at those maroon national championship T-shirts for the last calendar year. One of the guys said a guy in his office wore a shirt under his sport coat every day just to rub it into this guy, and they were ready to flex and buy. And the lines outside the merchandise tents after that championship clinching game they were enormous. So of course, I think the fan bases you have to take into account, and really, we had a pretty perfect storm this year with Ole Miss, and this is without LSU. I mean, we're talking about this without LSU, and last year with Mississippi State, who traveled so greatly, and we were this year. Obviously, Arkansas always brings thousands of fans up the street, and their presence was felt. And, I'll tell you, even Oklahoma, that was a nice contingent that Oklahoma brought, given the proximity of where they're at compared to Omaha. So I do think the fan bases really matter in terms of how a series is played out and how the series is when we look back at how we look back at them.
Hey, AK, we were talking earlier about when, Nebraska's going to leave for Ireland almost in a month.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Right.
Jeez,
And it's pretty quick. Well, roughly a month, right? When you look at it, do you get the sense? I was talking to Sharpie about kind of the level of excitement for the staff, new faces, just to kind of get out there and do it. What sense do you get the type of trip it'll be? A mix, primarily business? You think they're going to embrace kind of the moment as this run? Like, what kind of sense do you think the travel, the travel psyche will be?
I think that's a great question, because you would tend to lean that this is almost a mini bowl trip, given the fact of you're going overseas, and you guys know that bowl trips are not just about the football game; it's about all the pageantry and events leading up. I don't get the sense. At least right now, and a lot can change between now and the end of August, but I get the sense that this is a business trip. They are going overseas. They're going to practice. They might do an event or two, and that'd be it. I don't get the sense that there's going to be much. There's not going to be what do you call it? A corned beef eating contest or whatever you'd have over there. You know what I mean? I don't get that sense that they're going to participate in any such things. I think they're going to go, they're going to get their practices, where they're staying, although a beautiful place is a little removed from downtown Dublin. So I get the sense that this is going to be all business when they get over there, and hopefully it turns out well for the home state team, because if they come out of the gate stumbling, it's not going to set a good tone.
What's the sense you're getting from fans? Are they excited about this, that are going, or that the game is being played?
man, there is so much wait and see this year. So much wait and see. I talked to a friend of mine. I bumped into him at that Sam's and Briggs game last night. That awesome event, which we can talk about too if you want. But that was what a wonderful baseball game that was, and it was really well done. But I bumped into a guy who I know, and he basically said, I used to travel with him no matter what. He goes, I'm not going to the game. I will support him, but I am done with my buy-in. Until they prove it to me, I'm done with my buy-in. And I was like, that's pretty telling. This guy was as passionate and of a fan that I've seen in my time here. And that's kind of the sense that I get. Not everybody. There are still plenty of loyal and passionate Husker fans, but I do think more and more fans are like, we have bought in over the years. It hasn't worked out for whatever reason. Let's just wait and see if it's worth the time and energy this fall. But there's going to be a lot of eyeballs, even if you're in or not. People will still watch. You know that. And this is a big year, a huge year. Can't even put you can't underestimate that, because I think this is a good pivot point for the program of where we're going.
You brought it up, and kudos for you guys covering it last night. We had David O'Neill on last week talking about the event, but the Sam's and Briggs Midsummer Classic at Tal last night was really, really, I mean, it was a cool event for two schools to come together, two communities to come together, and for people to learn more about Trayvon Sams and Briggs O'Neill.
Yeah, it was really a cool deal. And you know, there's representation from both families to throw out the first pitch. Talk about support. They invited both families onto the field, and there had to be more than 100 people on that field before the ceremonial first pitches. And I think what really impressed me about, yes, it was a baseball game between the Legion teams, between Omaha Central and Omaha North. But what impressed me the most, A, is how many people showed up, and B, what kind of communal spirit that I sensed there. Because
that's the
being
thing
in the crowd. Yeah, I thought it was really cool. Like, everybody was having a good time. Everybody was, all in for the cause, and remembering why everybody was there. T-shirts were being sold, et cetera, et cetera. But man, it was cool. Like, I left that, and granted, 8:00 start time. I left, and the kids got to play under the lights and on a great. I mean, what a terrific facility. I know it. We talk about it all the time, but God, kudos to the people at UNO. That facility is top notch, and to give those kids that experience to play in a championship setting with that kind of crowd, that's something that they're going to remember. And I just thought it was just it was one of the coolest things that I was talking to a guy last night. I was like, this is so cool. Like, this is so cool that all these people from the community that, let's be honest, sometimes it's not pleasant. They want to beat the snot out of each other. But last night it was a good competitive spirit, and it was really cool to see Omaha North and Omaha Central come together and kind of remember why they were there, remembering the lives of two youngsters that had their lives shortened. And I just think it was one of the honestly, one of the best things that I am so glad that I went, and it was really well done. And I hope in the future, because they want to make this an annual thing, that this gets bigger and bigger, because there's probably more than 1,000 people there. And I was just like, man, this is really, really neat. Now that, they lucked out with no game 3 of the CWS, and the weather was perfect. But man, it was a really cool event, and kudos to the people putting that on.
AK, you're being fairly humble, because you turned that around in a hurry. So I won't get into what you did, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, DB, and I appreciate the heads up. And honestly, when I was preparing yesterday, I listened to here's a plug for the podcast. Listen to the podcast of your interview with David, and I was just like, man, sometimes you go into a day and say, hey, I'm going to do A, B, and C. But yesterday with Marlon Briscoe passing, your day kind of gets thrown a curveball, right?
Yeah.
So. In a big time way, from where we're at and where you're at, like what your plans get changed. But man, after listening to the podcast yesterday, I was like, this is a must do. I'm going to make it happen. I don't care how it does, but we're going to make it happen. I'm so glad I did, because, people don't, you see the Millards of the world battling and whatever and the state tournament. That's great. And that's awesome. And they deserve all the recognition they get. I'm just happy that we went out and kind of, shine the light on the baseball played at a pretty high level yesterday between Omaha Central and Omaha North, and laying the foundation for the future in an event that I think will be back year after year after year.
Great stuff, AK. Good seeing you when we did this series. And all right, we got one more month, and then football will be here.
Yeah, we'll be here before we know it.
Yep. Thanks. Have a great week.
Thanks, AK.
Thanks, you too.
That's Andy Candy. All right, folks. Good show today. Lots. What do you say? Emotion. Lots of good, healthy discussion today.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of bases, so to speak. Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, life. That Shane refers to his girlfriend as the girlfriend.
Gotta
It
get
is
parentheses now.
The girlfriend.
You're the man, Shane. Sit next to the man.
Sometimes I say these girlfriends.
Yeah.
For
That's why you got all those marks on your face.
For Damon, for Shane, I'm Gary. We're back again tomorrow at 6 with Sharp Betting in the Morning.